Good morning. Good morning and welcome. I'm Diane Palmer. I'm president of the Women Aware Board of Directors. I hope you are all excited as I am, as we are here to kick off the strategic planning for Middlesex County's Family Justice Center. In the next 2 days, the Alliance for Hope team will guide you in determining the FJC's structure and future. I am honored to recognize several special guests this morning. Middlesex County First Assistant Prosecutor Christopher Kuberite. From District 19, Senator Joseph Vitale. The Sheriff of Middlesex County, Mildred Scott. East Brunswick's Mayor Brad Cohen. And representing District 18, Senator Patrick Duignan's Chief of Staff, Greg Tafaro. And representing District 17, Senator Bob Smith's Chief of Staff, Christine Mosier. And last but not least, we have Shettle Oza, Policy Assistant to Highland Park Mayor Gail Brill-Mittler. Attorney General Guber Graywall could not be with us this morning, but he did send his message through the video we're about to see. Since assuming office 3 years ago, Attorney General Graywall has established several initiatives to foster a safer, healthier community, including fighting the opioid crisis and combating gun violence. Through this video, you will see he is also a strong proponent of family justice centers and the life-saving impact of collaborative services for survivors and their families.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. Thank you also to Women Aware for the opportunity to address you all here today. I greatly admire the work of Alliance for Hope International for creating a network of centers around the country like this one, places offering co-located services for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and many other crimes. Those suffering from domestic abuse are among our most vulnerable. I haven't suffered such abuse myself, but if I try to imagine what it must be like, I imagine the feeling of being trapped, an ever-present fear for my safety or the safety of my loved ones in the place where I'm supposed to lay my head each night in peace. Then I try to imagine an escape from this trap. What happens next? Where do I live? How do I get medical care? How do I begin to overcome trauma? Maybe I have to navigate each of these unknowns while English isn't my first language. Perhaps I must determine a plan with a hungry toddler trailing behind me. I can only imagine how utterly overwhelming it all must be for victims. Resolving these problems is the mission of a family justice center, extending a hand to the survivors, those with nowhere else to turn and a confusing mix of decisions ahead. The urgency of this work has only grown in the past year, during a pandemic that leaves no doubt that our homes must also serve as our sanctuaries. Today, law enforcement must do more than simply prosecute a case and turn our attention to the next one. Survivors need our help. They need access to comprehensive resources. They need to be safe, and they need protection from further violence. Survivors need law enforcement to be a partner in their empowerment journey. The Middlesex County Family Justice Center brings together experts from a variety of areas: government and non-government, law enforcement and social service, health and legal, under a single roof. All of this with the hope of clearing the path forward for victims. And so I applaud Women Aware and the many community leaders, survivors, and law enforcement agencies who have supported the Middlesex County FJC. This endeavor can only succeed with the widespread buy-in of law enforcement, local elected officials, and government policymakers more generally. The U.S. Department of Justice has called the Family Justice Center model a best practice in domestic violence intervention and prevention, and we now have 5 operating across New Jersey. I trust that the next 2 days will be productive, as this is truly vital work. Thank you all again for your continued efforts, and please stay safe.
We feel very fortunate that our state's Attorney General is so supportive of family justice centers. Next, please welcome Senator Vitale to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Diane. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Diane is my much older sister, and she was kind enough this morning to introduce me differently. And I'm really proud of my sister and all the work that she's done. We come from a family of volunteerholics, and I couldn't be prouder of her and her work and meeting all the individuals who are part of this amazing team at Women Aware. Phyllis and all the others who I've known for the 22 plus years I've been in the legislature. And, whether it's this time of year, which is budget time, where many organizations come to the legislature hoping for additional resources. Women Aware and organizations like theirs, the DVRTs, all the other elements that are here today, all the other components of this great family center are never really turned away. I mean, there isn't one issue that there is solidarity on, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or otherwise, that brings people together, and for all the right reasons. And so I speak on behalf, and here in Middlesex County, how proud we are of Women Aware. I speak on behalf of Senator Smith and Senator Deignan and Senator Linda Greenstein. And I chair the Health and Human Services Committee. And so a lot of the issues that you deal with on a regular basis, can come through that committee. So whether it's legislation or it's policy changes, we're always there for you. And I mean that. You hear politicians say all the time, we're the government, we're here to help. Not so much all the time. But in this case, we are, to a person. We hear the stories in our office, and we obviously provide referrals for individuals who are suffering from domestic violence and sexual assault. And and I just had a story shared with me the other day about a young woman who was assaulted on campus. She wasn't believed. It took time. The answer to her was, the response to her was, well, there are so many assaults that happen on campus. It's just hard to get her head around it all and hard to do all the work. And eventually she was able to find justice. But in the meantime, she suffered tremendous trauma in her life. And she's still recovering. She's still, we call, a survivor. And she's doing great work. And now she's volunteering with some of the organizations that work with young women who are victims of sexual assault. So again, here in Middlesex County, we couldn't be prouder of this center, of what it means to bring all the elements together. When I spoke with Phyllis earlier, it's, start small, dream big. And I know that one day you'll get there. You're already there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Joe. Okay, at this time, I'm pleased to introduce Women Aware's Chief Operating Officer, Maria Betanzos.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Just a little over a year ago, we gathered to assess the needs of survivors here in our county. Middlesex County experiences the fourth highest number of domestic violence offenses in the state, right after Camden, Essex, and Atlantic. Every year here in our county, law enforcement responds to 4,500 or over incidents of domestic violence. My team answers over 6,000 calls of people looking for help in our county. And we know it happens in every community. We're not an exception. But what makes us exceptional is that we're really trying to create a center that promotes hope and safety and aims to hold perpetrators accountable. That really is the heart of a family justice center. So I'm going to show you what we've done so far.
It is beautiful when you walk in. When I walk in, I feel a sense of welcoming. I feel warm. I feel like this is a place that a victim is going to love. They're going to feel the connection with the workers, with the staff. Like they're going to feel they care about them. They're going to open the door and say, I belong here. They're going to help me. I am excited about this journey, and I'm really happy that we've gotten to this point, and there's a lot more to come.
We realized we needed this program after there was a very tragic case that shook us all to the core. She was brutally assaulted. She was left for dead in her apartment. She was found 3 days later, rushed to the hospital, severe brain damage. She's paraplegic. She can't talk. She can't walk. She wasn't believed. I think we always reflect on cases, and you come back to work and look for things that we can do better.
The need is so great in Middlesex County and everywhere to serve victims of domestic violence. We have the full support of our board. We have the full support of our community. And we decided to do this because we believe a couple of things. It's statistically proven that this model reduces deaths. The next thing is that it reduces recidivism. So many people will remain safe. And that is our ultimate goal, that everybody lives. The third reason that we decided to go with this model is that it is a coordinated community response. What does that mean? It means that Women Aware cannot solve these issues. We can't move people beyond abuse by ourselves. We need our partners, and our partners do need our expertise. And so it is my joy to be part of a program that's bigger than us. It's my joy to work side by side with people in the community that are as committed as we are to protect families, to protect children, to protect victims, and to hold perpetrators accountable. That's why we're doing this, and that's our belief.
I see this family justice center thriving with many agencies coming together. Every service available or possible to help a victim move beyond abuse is going to be under this one roof. And I am so excited.
To me, that's the beautiful thing about this. This is not just a beautiful space with beautiful walls and a playroom. This is a message. It does take a village to move on from domestic violence. We're planting, we're creating the village. We're bringing everyone together.
We need all of us to come together and say, we can do this better. And we believe that we can, and we can only do it better when we partner with each other. So it is my honor to stand alongside our community partners to help move families beyond abuse.
I'm smiling because of the kids. 2 of those kids are mine. My video, and Kelly's right there, and they're just make it all worth it. But what you saw is just the beginning. And I want to be clear about that. Why we're here today and tomorrow is really to dream, to plan, and to get there to create the Family Justice Center that Middlesex County deserves. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to my boss, the CEO of Women Aware, Phyllis Yonta.
Good morning. I just want to thank Maria for doing such a fantastic job. And anybody that's worked with Maria knows that she's a joy to work with. But I'll just share something with you. We don't always agree, but we are committed to working together. And when we don't agree, I'll tell you something else. Maria is usually right. So I call her the voice of reason at work. So I want to welcome you and just tell you how wonderful it is to see you all up close and personal. Those boxes are getting old. And on a more serious note, I'd like to also recognize someone who's not here. And I want to thank Diane, who is here, for doing a fantastic job. She's been such a gift to Women Aware, and she's not only a board president, but she's a friend. So thank you, Diane. But I do want to make note of somebody who's not with us today, freeholder Ken Armwood. Ken was such a good friend to Women Aware and so committed to the people that we serve. And one of my favorite memories of Ken was actually last Christmas when he called me, so excited that he had a PlayStation to donate to our children. Ken also made sure he called me when Middlesex County was working on its 20-year plan to make sure that I gave him the statistics that he needed to include domestic violence. So Ken, this one's for you. Like many of you, you have a servant's heart, just like Ken. And I thank you for that. I thank you for being committed to doing something that's greater than yourself, because this is sacrificial work. I believe it's God's work. And I just want to thank you for that on behalf of every victim that you've served and continue to serve. And now it is my pleasure to introduce someone very special to Women Aware, who also has a servant's heart, Mildred Torres. I'll go on. Mildred has been promoted to be the director of the Family Justice Center, and I honestly couldn't think of anybody else to sit in that chair. Mildred began her career at Women Aware as a volunteer, reading stories and helping families do homework. And over the years, she's been promoted over and over and over again because of her hard work, her commitment, and truly her heart. Mildred's heart is bigger than life. She really has taken what was meant for her harm, and you'll hear more about that from Mildred herself, and turned it into good for many other people. Over the last decade, she has helped more than 10,000 people. And I want to just pause and think about that number. 10,000 is a lot of people. And I know for a fact that Mildred has, through her work, saved lives. So I want to just thank Mildred and invite her to the podium.
Hi, isn't it wonderful to be all together out someplace, leave the home and be here? It's so good talking to all of you, and you all share that you're happy to be here too. So I'm happy about that. Thank you, Philly. Your words, so kind. It means a lot to me, especially coming from you, an expert in the field. Philly, Maria, and board members, thank you for advocating passionately to have a Family Justice Center in Middlesex County. The victims and survivors deserve this. I am honored to be named the director of the Family Justice Center and to be working alongside a terrific team of professional, dedicated advocates. We have big dreams in our services. We want to expand our services to victims, survivors, and children, and I couldn't picture working with a better team and partners. Every victim and survivor has a unique story, yet they have one thing in common: a partner that asserts his power and control and inflict pain, fear, suffering, and in some cases, death. Every victim and survivor needs to be heard, believed, and supported. I stand here today not only as the director of the Family Justice Center, but also as a survivor of a near fatal domestic violence incident a little over 35 years ago. But before I tell you my story, I want to state that I'm going to be using the pronoun him and he when I talk about abusers. But I want to make it very clear that an abuser can be any gender, just as a victim can be any gender. But I also want to make it clear that in an intimate partner relationship, the overwhelming victims are females. So I'm going to share my story. I thought about my story so many times, how to tell you my stories in so many different ways, and I wrote and typed it in different ways, and 12 the pages, and I said, you know what? Just go with your heart and just tell them what happened. And I'm not going to obviously tell you every part about the story because it's a long story, but I will tell you the most important parts and parts that many of our victims have shared with us. So here goes. I am originally from New York. I know it's hard to tell, right? But specifically the Bronx. Came from two-parent family, traditional. Dad worked, mom home, 7 kids, good Catholic mom. Traditional, where the father was the head of the household, and that's so many years ago. It was, that's the way it was back then. But although it wasn't a perfect family upbringing, it was a good family upbringing, and we were loved. Mom was home, cooked all the meals for us, and even though we were working poor, my father's working. Back then, you could have a job, and you could pay your rent and put food on the table. Not so much nowadays, right? But although it wasn't, again, there was maybe some small dysfunction like a lot of other families have, we always felt like we were loved. So that was never, ever lacking. And we were very close as a family. So that's important. And that's a lot of families, a lot of victims, survivors don't have that. So I was fortunate in that sense that I was very close to my family. And I'll tell you why that's important. I fell in love at 14, right? Who knows what love is, right? But if you all know that young love, that puppy love is very powerful. And love is a complex thing, right? Even in a good relationship, there's issues and complications, right? Just think about being in a relationship with someone that's an abuser. The complexions can become enormous. So anyway, I fell in love with this man that was older than me, much older. He was 21, I was 14, yeah. But back then, you don't look at it that way. Had a family that tried to keep us apart. They did everything. They would go to his house. And he wasn't a stranger. I knew him for years. He was a brother of families in the neighborhood, of friends in the neighborhood. So, it was something that just happened naturally. Abusers have a way of being very charming, right? And they know what to tell you, and they know what to say, and they love you tremendously. The attention they give you. This is all at the beginning. This is very common. Abuser will be close to you, will love you, will tell you you're his will, he can live without you. And victim survivors have big hearts. They believe that. They're in love with this person, right? But then what happens is slowly but surely, the real side of an abuser starts to appear in different ways. And jealous ways. I don't like your friends. I don't like your male friends. I don't like your girlfriends. Your family is too close. You're too close. So little by little, they start to isolate you. You don't see this because it's done in a very subtle way because you love them and, let's be together all the time. And they start to move you away from the family. And they start convincing you that your family is against them. And in my case, it was. obviously he was older. They wanted to keep me away from him, right? So they were saying, they're not good. You love me, I love you, and they're trying to keep us apart. So, and you believe that because you're in love. So I'm going to move forward. So I just wanted to give you the basis of that. I'm going to move forward to when I first got a restraining order. Okay, so we fell in love. I had a child. I had a child as a young teenager, and we got an apartment together, and we lived together. And I continued school, and I even went on to community college at nighttime. And this is what started getting him really jealous. This is when he saw that I was moving ahead, and he didn't like this because it was moving him away from, he thought it was moving me away from him. But I was trying to explain that this is going to better our lives, right? The more education you get, the better job you have. And I was trying to help him get some sort of training. But obviously, they don't see it that way. Abusers are very possessive, they're very jealous. And so that's when I started to realize that there was something wrong, when he should see this as a good thing, right? Me trying to move forward with my life, but he wasn't. He did everything he could to stop me. So just yesterday, I picked up a sheet of paper with the 19 crimes of domestic violence under the Prevention of Domestic Violence. There's 19 crimes. And I checked off like 9 of those crimes that happened to me. One of the biggest one that started, it didn't start with like physical, okay? It was more restraints. He wouldn't let me leave the house. I wanted to go to my parents. We moved, I've always lived maybe a mile away from my parents in the Bronx, and you walk everywhere in New York. So I was constantly in my parents' house. They took care of my daughter while I went to school. They wanted to help me as much as possible. So I was very close to them. I have 6 siblings, and we're still, to this day, my parents are not with us anymore. They're in a peaceful, safe place. But with 7 kids, and we're still to this day very close. They are my best friends. So I always wanted to visit them on the weekends or during the week, and he would literally stand by the door and not let me go. So that's how it started. And one time I argued with him about it because I was kind of feisty, okay? Meaning I was a tomboy until I was like 13 years old. I was tough. I was a city kid. I played stick on the streets. I always had this advocate heart. I always defended the kids in my neighborhood that were going to get bullied. I always stuck up for them, and it was always about fair and justice. When we play a game, I always said, no, that's not fair. I always talked about the rules. So I was mouthy, and I was feisty as a kid, and it was always part of me. Still is to this day. So when we were having an argument one day, I argued back, and he slapped me. He gave me a really big slap. So I went to hit him back, right? Because, I was taught you defend yourself, right? He held my hand, and the look in his eyes was horrifying. I'd never seen him that way before. And he said, don't you ever hit me again. Don't you ever try to hit me again. And so I just walked away, and whatever, the day ended, and that was that. I believe that was the one time he hit me. It might have been one other time, one other slap. I can't remember. Remember, this is over 35 years ago, and you remember, victim survivors remember parts of stories very vividly, and others not so much. Mine was more of a psychological, mental abuse until later on. So anyway, it was a lot of physical restraints. Wouldn't allow me. The whole weekend would go by. I couldn't go visit my mother, my parents, and I waited until he went to work the next day on Mondays so I can visit my family. So I would tell my family the stories about it right at the beginning. But then he started threatening my family. At one point, after we broke up, my father confronted him because he would hear me talking to my mom. And my father was a big guy. He was respected in the neighborhood. He was tough. And my father aggressively confronted him in the streets one day and grabbed him by the way I understand, grabbed him by the shirt, picked him up a little bit. My father, again, was a big guy, and told him, keep away from my daughter, or you're going to be sorry. Didn't matter. He tells me a few months later, if your father or any one of your family ever approaches me and confronts me, you're not going to have a father anymore. So what happens? A victim survivor is no longer going to share stories with the family because now I'm putting my family at risk, right? If I share stories and they're going to confront him. So that isolates me more and keeps me from telling them more. And when I say that me and other victims. So he started stalking me, but we didn't call it stalking back then. That's a term 35 years ago. It's following me. He was constantly following me, right? While we were together, I would go to my parents. He would be across the street. We lived in an area where there was a lot of shops. I would go shopping with my mother. I didn't go anywhere. Like, I was a teenage mother, and I took care of my child. I went to school and went to my parents. I lost all my friends. He isolated them. Years later, I had some male friends and female friends that told me he confronted them and threatened them to keep away from me. I didn't know this at the time, but I didn't have friends. But, I had a big family, so there were enough. I didn't see what he did, isolating them from me. So anyway, that was some background. I'm going to get now to the story when I got my first restraining order. And I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit all over the place, but the first time I got a restraining order was probably a month after we separated. And we separated because I called the police on him. I didn't get a restraining order the first time I called the police. He was angry and he wanted me to talk to him. And I didn't want to talk to him. I was cooking. I come from work. And I was just so tired of everything. After a couple of years, you're tired. And I didn't want to talk. And he was insisting on me talk. He grabbed my arm. I says, I don't want to talk now. So what he does, he grabs a pot of beans that I'm cooking and he throws it against the wall and it bounces back and it hits me. I still have the scar and it breaks open my skin and I'm bleeding. And of course, he apologizes. He didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I love you. Went to the hospital, got a couple of stitches. And that was the awakening moment for me. I can't do this anymore. He's not who I thought he was. He's escalating. I see different looks in his eyes. And I started fearing. I was never fearful of him. I was angry with him. And I was too young and naive to be fearful, right? You don't know. I didn't know what an abuser is capable of. So that's when I started to get fearful when that happened and I could see that look in his eye. So I left him and the cops came. Again, I don't remember how it happened, but the cops came and he was asked to leave. There was no such thing as, do you want a restraining order? It just wasn't like that. And I didn't know about anything like that. I just wanted the cops to get him out. I don't want to come back. And they told him, leave, don't come back. And I told him, that's it. You're not coming back. This is it. This is it. A month later, my sister's staying over. I have a little studio apartment, a bedroom. It's to the side, the kitchen and the living room. All together, I'm telling you this for a reason, but together. So my sister's staying over, and I have a sofa bed that you open up, one of those sofa beds. So my sister's there with my daughter, playing with her. We're watching a movie. It's a Friday night, and we're having a nice family time. And I hear banging on the door, on my front door, and I ignore it. Then again, and then, really hard. And then he starts yelling, open the effing door. And my sister is terrified. I can see her, and she's, what are you going to do? At this point, my family knew he was pretty crazy, right? Because he was following and stalking me and so many things. They knew so many things at this point, and they were very happy that I left him. And she was terrified. And she was a sister that I always had half a bag. I always stuck up for her. And she was always shy and quiet and thin. And I'm watching. I think I was more concerned about my sister than I was about myself at that point. But as he kept banging it and saying, if you don't let me in, you're going to see what's going to happen to you. And so he was banging so hard that the cracks on the hinges of the door, there were cracks starting to come about, right? And I was nervous. I was thinking about the landlord and the soup. Oh my gosh, if he breaks his door, right? The things that you think about. And then my sister said, he's going to break the door. And I'm thinking, if he breaks the door or if he continues banging, he's getting angrier, right? So I said, maybe I should open the door and just try to calm him down, talk to him. So I devised a plan with my sister and said, when I open this door, you're going to grab Crystal, my daughter, and you're going to run upstairs. My older sister lived on the 3rd floor of that apartment building. So you're going to grab Crystal and you're going to run upstairs to our sister's house, and you're going to tell them to call the police if they haven't been called already because the noise was so loud. So she was scared. I said, do this. You need to do this. Because I know when he comes through the door, he's coming at me, right? Because he's angry. So thankfully, when I went to open the door, he pushed it open. He was momentarily shocked that my sister was there. But he did come at me, and she ran out the door, which is what I wanted. I wanted my daughter and her to be safe. He came at me, and he grabbed my hair. And that was another thing he would do every so often. I always wore my hair long. And he grabbed my hair, and I'm trying to push him away from me. I have my hands in front of me and pushing, trying to defend myself. And then he has the advantage. He's a man. He's stronger. Then he grabs me, and I didn't know what this was back then. He grabs me in a chokehold, okay? It's near the kitchen, the stove and the sink. So he grabs me. As he's grabbing me, he's pushing. I'm struggling, right? And at one point, it hurts. I can't breathe. And I'm trying so hard to make him stop or to loosen his grip, but he wouldn't. But he kept, as I was struggling, I kept pushing him against the stove, which is good because the kitchen was right there, the sink. And I saw a knife right there, like a steak knife or something. I grabbed it because the way I was struggling. And at that point, I could hardly breathe, and my tears are coming down. So I grabbed the knife, and I stabbed him on his leg. Sure, it wasn't hard because at that point, but he loosened the grip. I don't know whether it was because of the way when I stabbed his leg, or was because the police, we can hear the radios. I guess the neighbors called the police, or my sister called the police. He loosened the grip, and I was coughing, like I couldn't breathe, and I was crying, and the police come in through the door. For you, law enforcement, I respect your job. I have NYPD. My sister was NYPD. My nephew, he's now FBI. My cousin retired. I have a lot of law enforcement and I respect what you do. And you've come a long way, but we still need a lot more to go. But these police officers came in, and what is the first thing they do? They look at both of us. I'm crying, I'm hysterical, and that's another thing. When the police, the stories I hear from police officers or victims, oh, she was hysterical, she was just screaming, and they minimize it. They make you seem like you're crazy. You're screaming and you're hysterical for a reason, right? You can't verbalize what at that moment, those are your emotions. And they come in, I'm crying, I'm screaming. He broke the door and I let him, well, did you let him in? I had to because he was going to break the door down. And they're looking at me and he tried to kill me. I couldn't breathe. And they look at him and there's a little bit of blood coming down his pants. And he goes, did she do that to you? I froze. I'm thinking, are you freaking kidding me in my mind? And he stands there with a smirk on his face. He's looking at me with a half a smirk on his face. I'm like, oh my God. He didn't answer. And he goes, because if she did that to you, we can arrest her. I'm shocked. What? He tried to kill me. And then they took him out. I don't know what they told me, I said, he's not supposed to be here. He tried to kill me. Look, I have red. We didn't see it. You have no marks. You know what? If there's something called protection order, you can go to family court on Monday and inquire about that. We'll make sure we'll tell him not to come back. That was it. So I'm standing there, shocked, upset, couldn't believe this. They took him away. He left. They didn't arrest him. Just leave. And my sister, I go upstairs to my sister and tell them what happened. They were shocked. I goes, this cannot continue. He's following me everywhere. In the streets, he will grab my arms. I have people intervene. I had people, thank God, tell her, leave her alone. You know, he would grab my hair. I'm walking, he would appear out of nowhere. So you start living in constant fear and looking over your shoulder, right? So anyway, I decide to go get a order protection. New York, they're called order protections. Here we call them restraining orders. And I tell the judge what happens, and they give me the restraining order. In New York, back then, I don't know how it goes now, but it was like every 2 or 3 months you had to go back to renew a restraining order. So my journey begins. So he is angry because now he knows there's no chance that I am going to go back with him. He saw it in my eyes. He saw it in my behavior. He knew that so now he is angrier. So it took about 10 months from the first time I got a restraining order till the very serious incident that occurred to me. So I was in and out of court with him for about 10 months for various reasons. I would go back a month later and says, I have the protection order, but he keeps following me. He grabbed my hair. There's no proof. I would stop police officers in the street. He just grabbed my hair. He's preventing me from going to work or going to school. Where is he? I don't see him. I mean, this was constant. And I started living in more fear and more fear, looking over my shoulders constantly. One day during parenting time, and yeah, he gets parenting time, and that's another issue that we can hopefully down the road fix. An abuser that abuses a victim, that beats her or pulls her hair or threatens her or stalks her is not a good father. A good father does not hurt the mother of his child. For some reason, the judicial system has not caught up yet. There's a lot of training, not a lot of education that needs to be done. Anyway, so at one point during parenting time, he bends over to give me her bag or something. He has a gun on his waistband. I freaked. I'm like, what do you have? What are you doing with me? And thankfully, it's the park. I was fortunate enough, we had an apartment building. We had a park across the street from us, which was our playground when we were younger. And that's where we pick up and drop off. And my mom was always in the window. My mom was constantly in the window, always looking. And I freaked because of his gun. And I called the police. He dropped off. I go upstairs, no cell phones. Remember, you can't call the police. Back then, I couldn't call the police when something happened to me. You had to wait to go to a public phone or when you got home to call. So I go upstairs and to my mother's and parents' house. I call the police and tell him he has a gun. They do come out. They do go to his house. They do try to, I guess, interview and find out. But of course, he's not going to have the gun. By the time he got there, he ditches the gun. So now I know I am in a lot of danger. He is walking around with a gun. So I am I am just besides myself, but I have to go on. I'm taking care of my daughter. I'm working, going to school, and life goes on, right? I get a new job in Manhattan. I'm so excited. I study computer science, data entry. It's, an entry job to move forward. And what does he do? I don't know whether he quit his job or what. He would be on a platform, a train platform across. I would be going uptown when I'm going home. He would be across the platform. There were numerous times that he would be standing there with a smirk on his face, reminding me that he's watching. When we would go to court every 2 or 3 months, they would let him go the same time they would let me go. That's another thing with our judicial system. How do you let a victim survivor leave the courthouse the same time as an abuser? That should not be happening. He was not afraid of police officers. He was not afraid of judges. He was not afraid of my father, who was big and strong. He was not afraid of anyone. I remember something. There's a song that my hairs still stand when I hear it. Those of you that are a little older will know this. Every breath you take, every step you take. I know some of you know that. He had the nerve after we leave the court and walks behind me 2 feet and says, "Hey, you know that song that just came out? That's my dedication to you." Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to fast forward this till you get the picture. I lived in constant fear. He stalked me. One day, the last time that he confronted me in the train station, I was lucky enough to have police officers at the same platform, and I was with two other coworkers, and he came up to us and started arguing. There was a woman and man, and because there was a man there, God forbid, right? He started yelling and screaming, "Who are you? Are you with her?" And I was mortified, right? Because these are my coworkers. And he started arguing. He went to throw a fist at the guy. The cops saw this and they grabbed him. And I told them, I have an order of protection. And the last time we were in court, the judge said that if he confronted me one more time, he was going to lose parenting time. Thank God that judge got it back then. And this was after maybe 6 or 7 times in front of the judge. And I told the officers, you have to arrest him and you have to hold him. And they have to know this. The Bronx Family Court has to know this. You have to communicate. Naively, I thought they would, right? And I'm excited because finally it's going to happen. Justice is going to happen. So I get a notice in the mail that when my court day is. I'm like, yes, this is really happening. I don't see him. So I assume he's arrested, right? They're still holding him like they should. Unknown to me, he was released. He was just not showing me where he was. He knew this was it. He knew not only did he lose his partner, he was going to lose his child. And he blamed that on me. He didn't see that he was the reason why he was going to lose his child. It was all about me, right? So I get the court day. I leave my job. I go to my house. Instead of getting my daughter from my mom's, I go to my house to get clothing so we can stay over my mom's house to make it easier for me to go to family court the next day. And my daughter can stay there. So I get the clothes. So I'm in my bedroom, my daughter's bedroom, actually, because I used to sleep in the studio in the living room with the pull-out couch. The bedroom was my daughter's. And I'm in the drawer getting my daughter's clothing. And I feel a metal thing to my head. I turned, and it is my ex with the gun to my head. To say I was terrified is an understatement. I turned to him and said, don't do this, please. You cannot do this. I pleaded and begged him. He did pull the gun away from my head, and he had me sit on the bed while he sat on the windowsill. And it seemed like forever. It might have been 15 minutes, half hour, where he was telling me why I was not a good person, why I must die, why, just on and on. And meanwhile, I'm sitting in the bed thinking, I gotta live. I gotta find a way to live. I have my daughter. So I'm begging him and I'm telling him, please don't do this. We have a beautiful daughter. I will help you in any way you can. I will go back with you. I will love you the way you want me to love you. I was saying everything I needed to say to stay alive. And he was just sitting there with a smirk on his face, as always. And at one point, I thought I was getting through to him because he put the gun down instead of pointing at me, as he was pointing at me for at least a good 15 minutes. He did put the gun down. So I'm thinking, I'm getting to him. And I don't know, I can't remember if I told him I had to use a bathroom. There was some reason that we started moving away from the back room, closer to the room, which was closer to the door, to the front door. And that was my plan. If I can get him to that room and I can make a noise, or I can somehow naively thinking I can make an escape, I'm closer to the front door if I can get him to that second room. And we did start moving towards that room. How, why, I don't know. I got him to that room. And then I'm begging him again. And I can hear him, I could see his face changing. I could hear his voice getting angrier. Then out of nowhere, he walks away from me. He starts walking towards the door. I'm like, oh my God, thank you, God. he's not going to, he's changed his mind. He thought about, he doesn't. He walks about 5 or 6 feet away from me, turns around, shoots me once, shoots me a second time, keeps walking, gets near the door, and as I'm going down, as I'm in excruciating pain, I feel like I'm on fire, I can't breathe, he shoots me a third time. By the grace of God, the EMT, the awesome trauma doctors, I survived. But when he shot me and I was going down, all I was thinking was my daughter, right? So I fell to the floor with blood. I touched myself, and because I thought by holding my stomach, or it would take away the pain, or maybe I can breathe better. I just couldn't breathe. I was dying and just thinking about this can't be happening. I can't leave my daughter alone without a mother. Thankfully, when I fell to the floor, I had a little entertainment center behind me, and the cord to the telephone was within finger reach. I couldn't breathe much. The pain was, I can't even explain the pain of getting shot, what that feels like. I started pulling the cord of the telephone close to me, started pulling it. I feel that was God, right? I fell and I pulled and pulled with one hand, and I got to the phone. Back then, I don't know if it's rotary or a touch tone. I made a call to my family, and I told them, all I said was, I've been shot. And you hear the screaming in the background, he shot her. I didn't have to say who shot me, they even knew already. And then I had the will to make another call, and I called 911. And I can still remember saying, I can't breathe, I'm dying, I need help. And I pretty much lost consciousness after that. All I can remember is the EMT over me, tapping my head, stay with us, stay with us. I couldn't breathe, and they were so good. They ripped my clothes, they did whatever they had to do in the apartment. I remember being taken in the ambulance, but I kept going unconscious, and they kept trying to wake me, and then I started saying my daughter's name, and they said, are you Crystal? And no, I tell them my name, and who's Crystal? I said, my daughter. So they were so smart. They used that and said, you have to survive for Crystal. You have to be strong. You can do this. And they were like the best EMT. Everybody should get EMTs like this. But I thought at one point, I just closed my eyes and I could hear, so it was far away. And he goes, we're losing her, and they kept saying, no. Then the next thing I know, the lights from the hospital, and they wheeling me in. I can hear doctors, and I remember this one doctor, and they told him about Crystal, and he told me, he said, hey, we heard about Crystal. You're going to make it for Crystal, aren't you? They said you just kept mentioning Crystal, and you're going to live for her, and we're going to help you live. Come on, you have to help us, help you. They were just, it was like a cheering team. I could just, sorry. So I survived. And they were the best team. And it didn't end there, obviously. And just a fact, he was never found. So, yeah. So that means, I was relocated so that's why I ended up in New Jersey. I have family here, and my parents decided to pack me and my daughter up and get me out of the Bronx. Nobody knew. And to their credit, I know they looked for him, because I stayed in contact with them for a few years with the detectives. And they did go to different addresses because I knew through friends and contacts that they had gone to his families in Staten Island and Long Island, even Puerto Rico. They were making communications. But after a while, New York has so much crime, right? that as time goes on, an attempted murder goes down below murder, and they have so many murders and they have so many other crimes back in the early 80s. And then after a while, I just got tired of calling them and getting the same news. And I let it go. But domestic violence does not end when the abuser leaves you, you leave the abuser, or he gets put in jail, or he disappears. You have trauma. You have a lot of trauma. For years, I lived in fear, and I lived always looking behind my shoulders. I walked in a restaurant, I walked in a store, I scanned a room to see if he was there. I put my daughter in a small private school to make sure they kept an eye on her, because I thought that was the next thing he was going to do, kidnap her. But with the grace of God and with the help of my family, I survived. I went through numerous surgeries, and it wasn't easy. It was difficult. There was a lot of pain. But I was fortunate to have my family with me. Victims don't have that. A lot of victims don't have that. Partners, what I want us to do is to work together to give victims and survivors the best services they can get, and the children, they need it, they deserve it. Let's work together to do this. I'm going to just leave you with a little quote from Eleanor Roosevelt that I thought was relevant about us. It's not fair to ask of others what you're not willing to do yourself. So I'm asking you all, let's pull up our sleeves. Let's get to work. Let's make this the best family justice center in the state. And let's give the victims and the children what they deserve, the best. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. And thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mildred, for sharing. It's really powerful. And this is the first time that I've heard the story. And if I just have such great respect for you and love for you in my heart. But I always tease him at work. And thank you, Maria. Maria said, you'll do this. Because she knew we'd be upset. But I always tease him at work that it's not about getting awards. And it's not. It's about saving lives. But every now and again, somebody should get an award. And today it's Mildred. So thank you for joining me and congratulating Mildred on being the Advocate of the Year.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know about you, but I need a moment. What I love about the Alliance for Hope International is that they focus on hope. And we just heard about the tragedy of a victim of domestic violence. But we also heard about a survivor, and we heard about her triumph. And not only in her own life, but in the lives of so many others. And so there is hope. There's hope for all of us. So I just encourage everybody to stay in the fight. This is a good fight, and it's well worth it. And I was talking to Diane Johnson earlier today, and she said, all I want to be able to do is lay my head on a pillow at the end of the night and know that I've done a job well done. And I think that's the hope for all of us, that at the end of our careers and during our careers, we know that we made a difference. So the funny thing about introducing the Alliance team is that we actually all went out to dinner last night. We had a lot of fun. But you also know when you're in the company of excellent people. They don't have to tell you, you just know that you are. And so this team is a team of excellent people. After all these years, when I heard them talk about cases, their passion for those that they serve is unquestioned. Also, Casey Gwynn. I just want to clap for him before I introduce him. It's a kind of a funny story, but I realized that I did meet him years ago. It was actually 1992. And we were in New York State. And Casey was the keynote speaker for the troopers. And I was one of the trainers. And so even back then, I remember the impact that he had on the cause and the movement. So Casey is a visionary behind the Family Justice Center movement, first proposing the concept for the FJC in 1989. He's a national expert on the dynamics of DV, including investigation and prosecution, the handling of non-fatal strangulation cases, and is one of the leading thinkers in the country on the science of hope. Casey was elected San Diego attorney from 1996 to 2004 and founded Camp Hope America in 2003. Also, I had the wonderful opportunity of meeting face-to-face Gail Strack. Gail and I decided that we are kindred spirits, and it is an honor to be a kindred spirit with a woman such as she. Gail is the CEO and co-founder of the Alliance. Gail is a national expert on domestic violence and strangulation. Prior to her current position, Gail was the founding director of the San Diego Family Justice Center, former prosecutor with the San Diego City Attorney's Office, defense attorney, and deputy county counsel. The last member I want to introduce today is Rayanne Pasatino. Rayanne in this project was, I call her a ride or die. Okay, we could not have gotten this far without Rayanne. So she has absolutely been instrumental in putting this day together. Rayanne is the Director of Technical Assistance for the Family Justice Alliance. Rayanne has been in the domestic field for over 28 years, and she has extensive experience with FJCs in the capacity of development and operations. It is my honor and privilege to introduce the team of the Alliance. Come on up. And I love giving gifts, so I have something for all of you. Welcome to New Jersey.
Thank you, Philly.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Philly, and thank you, Mildred, for your courage and for sharing your story, because your story was pain and loss and terror, and now your pain is power. And your power is going to lead forward the Middlesex County Family Justice Center. So thank you. We honor you today. And thank you all for joining us, those that are live on YouTube, those that are in the room. We are excited for our time together over these next 2 days. We will be taking this opportunity over these 2 days to dream together. And so I'm excited about that opportunity. We've been honored to plan almost 130 family justice centers in 43 states. We've supported the development of family justice centers in 25 countries. And everywhere we go, we meet survivors like Mildred. We meet survivors who needed a better set of services, who needed a wraparound model, who needed one place to go, who needed cops and prosecutors and advocates and doctors and nurses and therapists and job training professionals and childcare professionals and so many others, not to live in silos, but to come one place together and to offer that one community of care, that one culture of hope, that one place where the destiny of their lives can change. To intervene before victims are shot and often killed, before victims are strangled and suffered permanent brain damage, before victims have to suffer the journey of watching their children terrorized day in and day out in homes where family violence occurs. So it's a great honor for all of us to be here. I'm going to ask Rayanne Pasatino to just greet you first. Some of you that were part of the study tour last year met Rayanne. Before we knew how the world was going to change because of COVID-19. And some of you haven't met her, but Rayanne is our Director of Technical Assistance. She oversaw the initial evaluation of Middlesex County and the work of Women Aware as we came in to see where you are and what you've done. And it's fair to say that she came back incredibly inspired by the work of Women Aware, not just 40 years of incredible work in the past, but a vision for the future, a vision for an organization that really is the soul of addressing gender-based violence in America and in New Jersey, and an organization that is so perfectly equipped to lead this effort. So please welcome Rayanne Passantino.
Thank you, Casey. It is my great honor to be here in New Jersey again. This has been a long time coming with COVID. We've had to postpone this strategic planning. I don't even know how many times, but I'm just so very grateful to be here with Casey and Gail. And just real quickly, I said this to Philly earlier. Casey will talk about this more, but we're very much hope-centered. Everything we do is hope-centered, creating hope-centered organizations and communities, all focusing on survivors. And I have to say, with all being completely transparent and genuine, it's been a really long time since I've had the great pleasure of working with a group of individuals that are so hope-centered. This team has not given up. Despite COVID and all the challenges of last year, they have not given up. And that just makes me so very excited for the future in Middlesex County and New Brunswick. So thank you for inviting us here, and we're really looking forward to the next couple of days.
Thanks, Rayanne. And it's my honor to introduce Gail Strack, who's the CEO of Alliance for Hope International. But Gail also has a very significant title in her history, which is she was the first director of the first Family Justice Center on planet Earth. The first director of the first center anywhere that brought 25 agencies together under one roof. I was the elected prosecutor in San Diego when we made the decision to pursue this dream. We'd been dreaming about creating a family justice center since the 1980s. I was recruited into the feminist battered women's movement by an amazing Black leader in San Diego named Ashley Walker, who was a sexual assault survivor who founded Battered Women's Services at the YWCA of San Diego County in the 1980s. I was a brand new prosecutor in the 1980s. I knew nothing about anything. And Ashley came and introduced herself to me after I lost a televised trial of domestic violence, my first major trial on TV, lost on TV. Ashley came to my office and her welcoming remarks was, "Tell me everything about domestic violence right now," when I met her. And I said, "Okay." And about 20 seconds later, after I concluded my remarks, Ashley said, "You're an idiot." And I just laughed and said, "I am an idiot." And then Ashley and I invested our lives in each other and came up with the vision of the Family Justice Center. That vision went nowhere until 1998 when I was the elected city attorney and I asked Gail Strack to make that vision a reality. And Gail Strack oversaw the planning process that you're in the middle of right now for 4 years in San Diego, trying to figure out how 25 agencies could work together under one roof. Never happened anywhere on the planet. Not in a rape crisis center, not in a child advocacy center. It had never happened. And in 2002, Gail Strack made that vision a reality, and we opened the San Diego Family Justice Center. And it went incredibly well, and I took Gail Strack completely for granted because I thought the magic was the idea. I thought the magic was a building, and the magic was not the building. The magic was a woman coming from a family impacted by violence herself as well, who figured out how to get 25 agencies who didn't work for her, cops, prosecutors, advocates, doctors, nurses, chaplains, therapists, all to work together in one place under one roof. And it wasn't until Gail Strack left 5 years later and we named a new director who we now call He Who Shall Not Be Named. And he almost destroyed the Family Justice Center. And I finally realized that leadership matters in this process. And Gail Strack proved that the model could work. And that's why we're in this room today, because if the model hadn't worked, we wouldn't be in Middlesex County. We wouldn't have centers in 43 states and 25 countries. It would be a footnote, a piece of lint on the pages of history, the concept of the Family Justice Center. But it's alive now because of Gail's early leadership. So please welcome Gail Strack.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to make my comments really short because, as Mildred said, we have a lot of work to do. We got to roll up our sleeves and do it. But I was just a small part. It really took the partners, and you need to have a lot of secret ingredients. And you have all the secret ingredients here. Casey was our champion, and you need to have champions, but you also need to have partners who believe and see what you see, because we have this sense of urgency. You have everything that we had going on in San Diego. So you have what it takes to make it happen. You also have the need, because as I was reading all of your statistics, there is this need. Just like San Diego, we were averaging 30 domestic violence homicides each and every year before we opened up our Family Justice Center. I don't know about you, but that gave all of us this sense of urgency to dream big, to move fast, because the victims were counting on us. And as I read your focus groups from survivors, they need you. And most survivors, when you're in a planning process about a family justice center and they hear about your dream and what it could be like, they all say the same thing: hurry up. We needed this 10 years ago. And I'm honored. I'm excited to be here with you, to be able to share everything that we've learned. I was telling Philly last night, we can bring those keepers, those do-overs, and what the hell were we thinking? And hopefully you can catapult and start your Family Justice Center even faster with bigger dreams. I guess my challenge to you is a quote that someone said: when it comes to dreaming, if your dreams don't scare you, you're not dreaming big enough. And today and tomorrow, it's about dreaming big about the future. Everyone in this room plays a very important role. You are the architects. What you decide today and tomorrow about what your community is going to look like and believe in is going to matter. And one of our board members many years ago said, Gail, what we're doing today is going to have an impact 20 years later. And I didn't understand that then, but it does matter what we do today, because people are counting on us. And we've done over 200 focus groups, and you hear the same thing. They're tired of going from place to place. They're tired of telling their story over and over again. We started our Family Justice Center because Casey and others had that vision. And so at first we go, let's dream big. And they go, well, how much is it going to cost? I go, it doesn't matter. Dreaming is free. So then finally we came up with a dream. And the next question was, well, how are we going to make it? We go, start small. It doesn't matter. We could do this. And then we started small. And then we saw all the victims coming into our Family Justice Center. At that time, we decided to co-locate at our city attorney's office. And then we got this sense of urgency. We got to go faster. We got to hurry up. We got to get this done. And so then I said, let's move fast. And that's what I was sharing with Philly. You got to move fast. And then when we started to move fast, because Casey said, I only got like 4 more years to go. We got to make this happen. I go, we'll make it happen. And then we saw some obstacles. People weren't as ready as we were. And I said, that's okay. Join us when you can. But in the meantime, like when you're on a freeway, if you're going to go slower than we are, I just say, please move over. So this way, the folks who are ready to go, ready to start, can open up your center with every moving part that you want and all the partners that you need. There's so much we can share. I'm just excited to be part of this. And you know something else? I like you guys. You guys really have it all together. And so enjoy that moment today. Enjoy it tomorrow. Dream big and dream so much that you'll look back years from now and be proud of what you were able to accomplish. So thank you. Thank you all. And we have a special book for Mildred. And in fact, I think going back, I was trying to think of one of the reasons why I was all on board at a Family Justice Center is I switched sides from being a public defender to being a prosecutor, because I went toe to toe with this guy, Casey Gwynn. We were in a trial, and I thought there's no way Casey can win these cases without the victim's participation. And I remember him being on TV, and when he was on TV, you know, when you're on TV, you look really tall and big and powerful. And I looked at all the defense attorneys in the room. And I go, I don't know who the hell he thinks he is, but I think we need to take him down. We need to like set every case for trial. And so it was like trial number 18, and I'm finally in the courtroom with him. And when you meet somebody in person, he looked shorter than he did on TV. And I go, oh, this is going to be easy. And then, of course, he looked tired. I go, oh, this is going to be easy. And then all of a sudden the case is called, and it really was hand-to-hand combat. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep. It was just, the fight was on. But at the end of that, I also realized what it was like to have passion, to really believe in something that you're willing to fight everybody about. And so I joined him and became one of the prosecutors in the DV unit, and we figured it out. And it was Mildred. There was a Mildred in my case. And Mildred came up to me afterwards and she says, well, now what? And I go, now you're healed. Everything should be fine. But Mildred then said the same thing you did, that it's not over when the abuse is over. It's not over when you call the police. In many ways, it was just the beginning. And that was really the birth of a family justice center, because victims, we were losing them through the cracks. They wouldn't come forward. They didn't testify. And then one day we did what you were doing. We assessed our system, and our system was just full of cracks, full of silos, and it was difficult to navigate. And then that dream didn't happen until 2002. And I also said to Philly, I said, when the stars aligned, because it went from 1987 till 2002 before we could open the doors, when those stars align like they have for you, you have got to shoot for the moon. And that's why today is historic, why today is so special. And today I'm so honored to be with all of you. So Mildred, this is for you. This is the how to look.
Well, thank you. We're going to do a couple of things before we take our morning break, and then we're going to dream together. And before we do that, I really want to begin by highlighting a couple of the statements of survivors from your focus group here in Middlesex County during the community assessment process, because this is the view of not just Mildred, but of survivors in this community. Survivors, by the way, who overwhelmingly endorsed the work of Women Aware, who said Women Aware is the reason they're alive today. Women Aware is the reason that they have hope in their lives. But they also said, but we need more services. We need more assistance from more agencies. This is a good starting statement. Can't wait for this to open. A survivor in the group who says, I told my story, but I just wasn't heard by the system, by the agencies that I interact with. A survivor who said, can you just put out the message? Listen to the survivor. Believe us. Why would we make this stuff up? And a survivor who said, victims don't understand anything that is happening in your processes. They simply don't understand it. And I will tell you that we hear that message all over the United States of America. In fact, we have an outline of the summary findings of 240 focus groups in 43 states about family justice center development. And here's the number one statement. The scariest place that survivors ever go is to a courthouse. The scariest place survivors say they ever go is to a courthouse. They say they don't understand the system. They have to tell their story over and over and over again. They have to go from place to place to place to try to get help. And they said the safest place they ever go is to a domestic violence shelter. The safest place they ever go is to a domestic violence shelter. The problem is they can't live their lives in a domestic violence shelter. Survivors have human rights, and they have a right to live their life in society, and they have a right to be safe. And women in this country have a right to wake up in the morning and not be scared of what's going to happen to them and who's going to do what to them. And that's where we start this process today, because I will tell you that what has driven the Family Justice Center movement since it began in 2002 with the opening of the San Diego Family Justice Center was the simple statement that we needed to be accountable to what survivors want and need. And we have never done a focus group in America where survivors have said, you know, I would love to go more places to get help. I mean, 10 is good, but 20 would be great. If you could come up with 20 places for me to go, that would be much better for me. That has never happened in a single focus group, and it didn't happen here in your focus group. Survivors said here what they say everywhere else, which is, I wish I could go one place for everything I need. I wish I could go one place where people understand, where people care, where people are working together, where people believe me, where people know that I need all of them to work together to get help. And so, friends, that's the beginning of this journey here today as we move forward with the vision for the Family Justice Center. So here's our 2 days. They're going to move really fast. We're going to interact even with folks in this room. And yes, we'll do our best to not shake hands. We'll do our best to not get too close to each other, but we are going to interact. It is time for us to interact. And we're going to talk together. We're going to dream together. We're going to plan together. So I'm going to make a few comments before our break about 2 things that are central to the work of Alliance for Hope International: what it means to be trauma-informed in our work, and what it means to be hope-centered. Then we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in Family Justice Center work around the United States and around the world. I'll give you a few highlights from all of our centers across the country because they're so different, including the centers in New Jersey. We see your vision as being probably quite different than the other 4 centers that have opened so far in New Jersey. And we believe that you have the opportunity here to lead this movement in New Jersey and to create a model here that can become a model not just for the state of New Jersey, but for the entire Eastern Seaboard, in fact, even a model for the United States. Then we're going to do a vision casting exercise after our break, and we're going to dream. Gail said it, dreaming doesn't cost any money. But if you can't dream it, it will never happen. If you can't see it, you can never be it. And if you can't imagine what a Family Justice Center framework could be here in Middlesex County, you can't ever make it a reality. And then finally, after lunch, we're going to talk a little bit about beliefs and values. We're going to talk a little bit about the barriers and the challenges and why this hasn't happened yet and why it's so hard to get agencies to come together in a collaborative model. And then we're going to talk about how to operationalize that vision. Tomorrow, we're going to dive in a little deeper to the process that needs to be going on, not just from the startup of the few offices you have now with the prosecutor's office. And Christopher, thank you for your historic leadership here in building that relationship with Women Aware. You are a key piece of this journey, my friend. Prosecutors play such an important role in this. And prosecutors need you all. So family justice centers have some of the highest clearance rates, conviction rates in both misdemeanors and felonies of any jurisdictions in America. And the reason is because when survivors are wrapped in safety and support and services, they actually don't recant nearly as much. They actually don't try to appease their abuser and go back over and over and over again. They don't want to go back to their violence and abuse. They just don't have the options they need to be safe and to have their children stay safe and be able to have everything connected easily for them. And they would rather go back to the abuse that they know than to be left in a system that they do not know and do not understand. So prosecutors need you, friends, and you need prosecutors to be part of this center. So we're going to talk tomorrow about every one of those pieces, what forensics looks like in a family justice center, what civil legal services look like. You won't have all of those pieces as you begin here, but we want you to be able to see how you can get there over a period of time. Because it's a process. This is all a process. So those are our 2 days together. Now we're going to do one quick exercise and then I'm going to make a few comments and we'll take our first break. But this is not our break. I want to make a statement and I want you to actually live it out for about 2 minutes here in this room. The Family Justice Center framework is not about a building. The Family Justice Center framework is not about a protocol. It's not about services or programs. The Family Justice Center framework is about relationships. It's about people who invest their lives in each other from different disciplines and different backgrounds, and they set aside their egos and they come together and build a new culture together. not just the cops over here or the prosecutors over here or the hospital over here or schools over here, the faith community over here. They come together and they figure it out. And any family justice center in America is only as dynamic as the relationships of the people that invest their life in the model. Early on in the family justice center movement, we thought, let's just get everybody in a building. We don't care what the history is. We don't care let's just get everybody together. It turns out that we started family justice centers in communities where people hated each other. And I don't know if this makes sense to you, but if you hate each other, you shouldn't get married and move in together. That's a really bad idea. And that's what we did. And we put all these people in a building and they didn't live happily ever after together. In fact, they siloed inside the building. The cops were over here, the prosecutors were over here, the advocates, they just did the same thing they'd always been doing in a nicer building. That's all that happened in a number of communities across the United States in the early part of the Family Justice Center movement. And then we realized, no, you need to move in with people that you have a relationship with, that you have trust with, and then you need to build from there. Ellen Pence, one of the matriarchs of the battered women's movement, who died in 2011 of metastasized breast cancer, said to us before she died, to Gail and to me, don't ever forget, you only play with the people that want to play with you. Don't play with anybody else. Welcome them, invite them, and someday they may change their mind. Someday you'll outlive a recalcitrant prosecutor who doesn't want to be part of a family justice center. Someday you'll outlive a police chief or a sheriff or a law enforcement agency or a court system that doesn't want to be part of the family justice center, and they will join you. But don't try to force them to come to you now. If they don't realize the importance of this collaborative model, you can't make them realize it. They have to realize that it's best for the administration of justice for the courts to be engaged with the family justice center, that it's best for prosecutors to actually have staff in a family justice center, that law enforcement officers do better work when they're working with advocates and mental health professionals, not alone, not siloed and alone. You can pick a profession and we all do better work together than we do separately. And until people realize that, you can't make it happen. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to get up. This is your assignment. I want you to find somebody. This is about a 3-minute exercise. This is not an hour and a half. This is a 3-minute exercise. I want you to find somebody in this room you do not know. We've all got name tags. I don't have mine on, but you've got name tags on. Not somebody, if you work for Women Aware, I don't want you to go talk to a friend and pretend like you don't know them. I want you to find somebody you don't know. And if two of you find the same person you don't know, that's great. Meet them, find out who they are, see their name. If maybe you know them by face, but you don't really know much about them, find out what they do. This is not your life story, but share something that you're passionate about in this, preferably nothing that's a felony or a misdemeanor, but share something you're passionate about in this work and share why you're here today, okay? 3 minutes, that's all. And then we're gonna come back to our chairs. I'll share a little bit. We'll take our first break. Meet somebody you don't know, real quick. Shake an elbow, touch an arm, try to find somebody you do not know in this room. Get up from your table, take the effort to get up from the table, find somebody you do not know.
not talking to anyone. You want to talk to me? How you doing? I'm doing awesome. Yes, I am. I am 5 months, 6 months. Studying American Studies. Who I do. Yeah. I'm not. I'm Mormon, but I'm not. My story, a real quick story. My mom left me when I was 6 in search of a better future, and I understand she still doesn't have sending money here and there, sending money over there. It would be awesome. My life would be perfect. My family builder. And so I bounced from house to house, and my biggest thing is to have my family. It's really what about that. That's why I study what I study. I lived through domestic violence myself. Imagine the worst, maybe not gunshots, but definitely rolling out of moving cars and a next door. If you have money, you have power. Personalization have money, and all the power to do what you please. And so I'm here, and I'm thrilled to be here. I've had the opportunity to help our clients. I am in charge of all the locations, make sure they have everything. And one of the locations is, just preparing a home for one of our 3 families of our shelter. So that's amazing. They're so rewarded. I have to look at them like, wow, and the power that they find in them to interesting. I love it. What made you pick this field? Yes.
Okay, friends, let me pull us back together for just a minute before we take our break. Practice remembering the name. If you just met somebody that you do not know, practice remembering their name. Repeat their name in your head if you met somebody you do not know. Just grab a seat for just a minute and we'll take a break. In just a minute, we'll take our morning break. We have this debate. How many of you, by the way, met somebody that maybe you didn't know or you didn't know very well? Great. Relationships, relationships, relationships. I will also say that now you need to practice remembering their name. So here's the secret to names. If you don't say their name out loud while you're talking to them, you probably won't remember it. But if you say their name again and again and again while you're talking to them, you may well remember it. We always have this debate in our work. You know, should we call the people that we work with survivors or thrivers or victims or patients or clients? What are they? Usually, you just ask them what they'd like to be called, and what do they say? They say their name. And then, as a form of dignity and respect, you call them by their name. They don't need any other title, just their name. Whatever they'd like to be called is their name. So I want to encourage you today, as you meet people, try to practice remembering names and repeating them. Whenever somebody says, I'm bad at remembering names, I always say, do you say them out loud after you meet them? And people always say, no, I never say them out loud. Ding, ding, ding. So there you go. There's no extra charge, by the way, for that advice. I was not very good at remembering names, and then I became a trial lawyer. And back in the day that I was a trial lawyer, we actually got the jurors' names, and I practiced remembering them all. And pretty soon I could take 36 jurors and remember all their names and call them by name. Jurors have numbers now. We don't get to call jurors by names anymore. But back in the day, we learned how to do that. Okay, friends, in just a moment, we're going to take our break, but I want to leave you with this. After the break, we're going to come back and we're going to do a visioning exercise. You have colored cards on your tables. We're going to use those. And I'm going to ask that some of you that do not have a full table actually join a table with other people, because you're going to be interacting in this visioning exercise after we take a break. And here's the clarion call for our visioning exercise after we come back from our break. The goal is not actually to just think about programs or services that should be in a family justice center, though that's important. I want you to think about the kind of place that you would like to see Middlesex County have, not tomorrow, not next week, but 5 years from now. And I want to give you two challenges. One is, what would be a place that will be trauma-informed? Trauma-informed is the concept of, we're not going to focus on what's wrong with people. We're going to focus on what has happened to people. And we're going to create a place where it's safe to talk about what happened to you. That's the journey of being trauma-informed, being kind and empathetic and welcoming and non-judgmental. What does that mean in a family justice center framework? And then the second piece we're going to talk about is, what would a family justice center look like in Middlesex County that is hope-centered? Now, most of you probably don't know this, but you can measure hope in human beings. We actually work very closely with the director of the Hope Research Center, the leading hope researcher on the planet. Dr. Chan Hellman runs the Hope Research Center at the University of Oklahoma. 7 years ago, we met Dr. Hellman. We realized that hope is more predictive of well-being than anything else in the life of a trauma survivor. If you can increase hope in a person's life, people do better when they have hope in their life. Higher hope teachers do better in classrooms than lower hope teachers. Higher hope advocates do better in their work than lower hope advocates. Higher hope judges do better in managing courtrooms than lower hope judges. Higher hope prosecutors actually have much more collaborative relationships than lower hope prosecutors. Higher hope people survive cancer at higher rates than lower hope people. Higher hope people actually have something to offer to people who have been robbed of hope in their lives, because you cannot give what you do not have in your own life. So we're going to challenge you to think about, What would hope look like for survivors? Hope is the belief that your future can be better than your past and that you play a role in making it so by the goals you set and the pathways you pursue in your life. It's not optimism. It's not a feeling. Hope is a cognitive belief system that your future can be better and that you play a role in making it so. And if you all believe that, then when survivors come to you who have been robbed of their ability to set their own goals, Mildred was robbed of her ability to set her own goals in life for a time, robbed of that, robbed of the ability to think about how to get through all the barriers she had for a time. If we create a center in Middlesex County where people can come and they can find how to set their own goals, not goals you impose for them, goals that they want to set for themselves, and then you can help them find the pathways to those goals. What would that look like in a family justice center? If they can walk in the door and whatever the pathway is they need to go down to achieve their goals, you're there to help them find that pathway, whatever that pathway is. That's the challenge that we have before us. I will say we're going to do some giveaways while we're working today and tomorrow. We have the ever popular new Hope masks available. We're going to give some of those away for those that really get engaged this week in this process. We're going to give away a couple copies of Hope Rising, How the Science of Hope Can Change Your Life, which is our new book on the science of hope that includes all the latest research on family justice centers across America and on our Camp Hope America program, which is the largest camping and mentoring program in America for children impacted by domestic violence. After we come back from the break, before we start the visioning, I'm actually going to share a little bit about Camp Hope America because we would love to see Middlesex County help lead the effort to start Camp Hope in the next couple of years in New Jersey, because the prisons of New Jersey are populated by kids who grew up in homes impacted by violence and abuse, who never found that pathway to hope. In America, we lock up the people that lose hope in their lives and end up harming others tragically. And now we're debating in the criminal justice reform world how to get everybody out of jail and prison somehow in America because they were robbed of hope. Real criminal justice reform is not getting people out of jail or prison. Real criminal justice reform is keeping people out of jail or prison to begin with, because we intervened before the shooting, before the violence, before the incredible harm has been done. And so your work in this family justice center has to include thinking about kids, because that's where you change the world. It's not helping the 50-year-old man who's abused women for 35 years. It's loving the 7-year-old or the 10-year-old and helping them know that he can be different than his mother or father or the abuser in his life. That's the real challenge that we have in this work. So we're going to give away a few books. We're going to actually leave with you 2 copies of Dream Big, which is the original seminal book that described the Family Justice Center movement at its very inception. And Mildred, you've got the planning manual. And I'm also excited to announce that Gail and I made a decision today that we are going to give anyone in this room a copy of the ebook of what Mildred has for free to help facilitate this planning process. We have the planning book. Every one of you needs to have a copy of that book in order to know what a family justice center can and should be in Middlesex County. So let's take a 10-minute break. Those of you on YouTube, thanks for joining us. We'll be back in 10 minutes and we're going to do some dreaming together. So thanks for being with us today. Okay, friends. Oh, whoops. Okay, friends. I'm going to pull us back together again. And we've got about an hour before our lunch break. And we're going to use that hour for some visioning and some dreaming about the future of the Middlesex County Family Justice Center. So if everybody can grab a seat, that'd be great. Before we get started with that visioning exercise, I want to do two things. I want to talk a little bit about youth services, and I want to talk a little bit about the potential partners that can exist working in a family justice center. Women Aware does some great work with your program called PALS, working with kids between 3 and 12 years old. But our focus ultimately in family justice centers is children from 0 to 18. Our focus is meeting the needs of babies who have been impacted by trauma and abuse as they come into services, often with their moms. Though remember, the Family Justice Center framework also serves men who are victims of domestic violence, both straight men and gay men. We also serve the LGBT community. We serve trans women. We serve a very diverse set of populations. The majority of all Family Justice Center clients are women of color across the United States. We have enormous numbers of immigrant women who receive services in family justice centers. But I will tell you that in most family justice center planning processes, there is always a dearth of services for kids. Children is where you change the world. Children is where you break cycles. Children is where you begin this journey of crime prevention and of criminal justice reform. And so I want to make a comment about that, and I want to show you this video. This is a video from Camp Hope America. Camp Hope America began in San Diego as part of the Family Justice Center in 2003. I had been born and raised in a camp setting. My dad was the president of Christian Camping International. I grew up in a home with violence and abuse. My dad was one of my abusers. But my dad also did some amazing things in his life, and he was himself someone who'd grown up in a home with violence and abuse, and he struggled with those demons for most of his adult life. My dad was bipolar type 2. My dad had been punched in the head every day to be awakened by his father until he was 13 years old. Closed fists to the head every day. When my dad died in 2009, I wish we had known about chronic traumatic encephalopathy, what we're now learning about battered women who have received significant blows to the head, what we're learning about traumatic brain injury, degenerative brain conditions. We didn't know any of that. And my dad, late in life, kept saying, I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. The same thing that NFL football players are saying before some take their lives and others end up dying prematurely, and then they're diagnosed with advanced stage chronic traumatic encephalopathy and the tau protein and this degenerative process in their brain from head trauma. just like battered women are now being diagnosed with CTE across the United States. In fact, the largest population of chronic traumatic encephalopathy victims is not NFL football players. There's only a couple thousand of them. It's battered women in America who are not yet being diagnosed and treated. And certainly my father, having grown up in an abusive home, was one of those people. But early on, I believed that just intuitively, before I understood the science of kids need something to look forward to in their lives. And they have to know that their future can be better than their past and that they can do something about it. And so it's why we developed Camp Hope that is now moving across the United States. It is an evidence-based practice. We have stunning research. We're in the middle of a longitudinal study that's 4 years old. Every single child in our study has an adverse childhood experiences score of greater than 4. A lot of our kids have ACE scores of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from childhood trauma. And we have a 100% college enrollment or vocational school enrollment in all our kids in Camp Hope America in our longitudinal study. So I want to show you this video before we do our visioning exercise, because I want you to think as you're watching it, what will be your version of these approaches to helping kids when the Family Justice Center framework is fully implemented 5 years from now? How will you know that every child in Middlesex County that comes to your Family Justice Center framework for help has a collaborative pathway forward? Listen to the language in this video. So we define hope with kids as believing in yourself, believing in others, and believing in your dreams. And then we develop curriculum around it. We give kids character awards at Camp Hope America. We take kids as young as 7 to camp all across the country, and we teach kids that hope can be a real thing in their lives. And then we look for character traits in the category of what's strong with you, not what's wrong with you, what's strong with you. And we identify those character traits, and they get presented with awards at campfires every night during the week of their character that we see developing in them. You can hear a pin drop when kids get character awards at campfires in Camp Hope America. So watch this Camp Hope Oregon video and think about what's the role of the Family Justice Center going to be with kids.
Kids are able to just come and be kids.
Create this really safe environment for kids to grow and heal.
Camp Hope really is that spark for the future for these kids.
They walk away from camp feeling strong and able and excited about life. Camp Hope is really about 3 core things. It's about believing in yourself, believing in others, and believing in your dreams. And everything we do centers around that and centers around how to find hope in the dark places.
Basically just feeling good by yourself to get away from all the negative things around you.
When trauma enters a person's life, that can be really impactful in terms of being able to build trust and positive relationship with other people. You know, the relationship building, being compassionate, making sure that we are supporting and cheering kids for everything that they're doing at camp, and really providing that safe and encouraging environment for them to grow.
I got to share with other people something I couldn't share with the people back home. And it feels so awesome to have those type of people.
The world that they're living in is not the world in its entirety, that there is a better world out there. There are nicer people that will treat them with respect no matter what.
Connect with them more easily, take on with the past, I could open more to them because they've been through what I've been through.
As counselors, we facilitate small group discussions about that. These kids are able to realize wow, I'm not the only one that has gone through this experience. They don't have to do this alone.
From the counselors themselves, I started to learn to they're like role models to me. I want to be like them. I want to be positive all the time. Just always have a smile on my face.
I really believe it is about the community and all of us working together to make a difference in the lives of these kids.
We're creating that agency and that willpower and that way power to get from a dream to reality for kids. And that creation of hope, that pathway to hope that we're all supporting for these children is really what's going to change the trajectory of their life.
This is the first time I've ever done any of these things like archery and whitewater rafting.
High ropes course, arts and crafts, hiking.
Hang out, play some cards.
And at the end of the day, we have campfire. Camp Hope is like a home to me.
once you get these kids to push themselves and try all these new things, they're able to really discover a side to themselves that they didn't really know existed.
Our goal is to build kids up to really pull out the positive character traits that they have within themselves.
When they cheer their peers on, or at the end of the night at campfire, when they're singing their songs and then they get their character trait awards, and just that beaming pride on their face when they are acknowledged for all the wonderful things that they do. With positive reinforcement and caring adults, really fun activities, and that sense of self that Camp Hope brings to them. It's a really valuable resource in the community because it breaks that intergenerational cycle and gives kids the skills to navigate what they've gone through and move forward in life.
Lots of field games. We got like capture the flag, soccer, all that stuff. Team building, getting along, supporting each other, and making sure everyone feels good about themselves.
It's really nice because you don't have to think about stuff that's like bad that's happened in your life, and you just get to think about the future and how good it's going to be.
Everyone, it always works together. There's a lot of teamwork and support, and like just everyone, you get to know everybody and you make a lot of new friends.
When I first came here, I was just a little bit shy. I didn't want to talk to anyone. And then as soon as I started getting into it, I started like working with teams, teamwork, and then meeting other cabins, which is amazing.
It really brings hope, and I really love to have some hope and to see people have hope.
It's just so heartwarming to like witness and be a part of, and it's just awesome.
That vision for a world without domestic violence is possible, and I think Camp Hope is one piece of that puzzle.
This is the first in Oregon, and other agencies throughout Oregon are looking at this as a model. So for us, this is absolutely exciting to see that this is the first and it's just the beginning.
What we're really hoping is that we can expand large enough to serve every child that comes through A Safe Place Family Justice Center, and then partner with other family justice centers across the state of Oregon to bring more kids to the program.
So the driving force in the state of Oregon to start the Family Justice Center, you know who it is? It's the Sheriff's Association. It's the 38 elected sheriffs who I just got to present to last year, all in one place for their annual meeting, and their number one priority in criminal justice reform work of a sheriff's department is to have Camp Hope in every county of Oregon. That's how they see changing the ending for children of color impacted by violence and abuse and systemic and structural racism. That's their pathway forward. So as we get into this time together, I want you to think about what that looks like for kids. Dream about what you all can do. Who's doing work with kids in Middlesex County now? Who needs to be a partner of the Family Justice Center beyond what you're doing in your PALS program at Women Aware, beyond what already you may have thought about? So before we do this exercise, I just want to show you the universe of the first Family Justice Center in America as you think and dream in just a few minutes about this. So we brought in the County District Attorney's Office. We brought in the Police Department's Domestic Violence Unit, 24 detectives, by the way, 4 sergeants and a lieutenant in that Police Department Domestic Violence Unit. Brought in adult therapists and children's therapists. 11 child trauma therapists came from San Diego Children's Hospital to co-locate. Brought in public health nurses and forensic nurses. Brought in chaplains, created an interfaith non-denominational chaplaincy program using the Red Cross model, and we trained almost 40 lay chaplains to work every day in the Family Justice Center in San Diego because spiritual care services are part of trauma recovery. And in fact, after the immediate medical needs of a survivor of trauma are met, the number 2 need is actually spiritual care in all the research. And it doesn't matter what you believe, by the way. If you saw the research out of 9/11, there were atheists and agnostics praying with chaplains at Ground Zero in New York City. It doesn't matter what you believe. The wounds of trauma are so deep that spiritual care is implicated, and it has to be provided. You can't send them off to their church. You can't send them off to their synagogue or to their parish, because very often their abuser is in that same faith community. And that same faith community may well have failed them already. So you have to provide those spiritual care services inside the Family Justice Center. We brought in adult protective services because we dealt with elder abuse as well, even though that wasn't our initial focus. We had military represented in our community, so we had to bring in military services. We had disabled community services there, working with the disabled community, because most of you know this, victims of violence and abuse who have disabilities are heavily overrepresented in populations of the severely abused. And so you've got to have those services on site. We brought in probation officers. We brought in juvenile diversion officers. We had a fundraising arm separate from any of the other nonprofits. We brought in DA Victim Witness. We brought in Travelers Aid, which is a 501c3 that does transportation work that historically has been housed in airports. If there's a place where people need transportation help, it's not airports. There are more people to help you in an airport than anybody, any place else on planet Earth. Travelers Aid needed to be in the Family Justice Center. By the way, they started a program to help survivors buy cars with no money down. That's what Travelers Aid can do. That's the kind of partner you need. We brought in sexual assault services. Civil legal services are the #1 requested service in every family justice center in America. So we had to build models for extensive civil legal services. Not enough to just have legal aid. There aren't enough legal aid lawyers on the planet to help all the survivors of domestic violence. You got to get creative about other models for civil legal services. The city attorney's office, which prosecuted all the misdemeanors in the city, and for many years we prosecuted felonies as well as special deputy DAs. I had 35 people in my misdemeanor domestic violence unit because I made it the highest priority of my office. So we had 350 staff, and I pledged 10% of my staff to be housed in the Family Justice Center. DA brought in 12, we brought in 35 people. That's over 45 prosecutors, investigators, and advocates from prosecution agencies housed in the Family Justice Center. We started the first forensic medical unit in San Diego with doctors and nurses, not in a hospital setting. By the way, if you survey your survivors, they don't want to go to the hospital. They don't want to go to the hospital for even their rape exams. They'd rather go to a Family Justice Center for their sexual assault exams than a hospital ER. So we have now forensic medical exams for sexual assault victims and strangulation victims and DV victims in the San Diego Family Justice Center. They don't have to go to a hospital unless they need acute care. We brought in the Child Advocacy Center. We didn't co-locate the entire Child Advocacy Center, but we co-located a good chunk of it. And today we have 15 Family Justice Centers co-located with Child Advocacy Centers across America. We brought in not just intervention programs, but prevention. We asked, who's doing crime prevention? You should be housed in the Family Justice Center because you can't do prevention without having intervention available. If you go into the schools and talk about relationship violence, it turns out there are a bunch of kids in abusive relationships in the schools right now. You're too late to do primary prevention. You've got to have intervention services available as well. We brought in culturally responsive services. We had about 9 agencies in San Diego working with the Asian community, working with the Latino community, and we brought those providers into the Family Justice Center. We brought in police detectives from the Elder Abuse Unit. We started Camp Hope. We brought in Child Protective Services workers. Now, this was really interesting because we couldn't bring them in at the beginning because our survivors were scared to death of child welfare and they didn't want them there. And then we built a relationship with Child Protective Services. And it turns out that CPS workers and child welfare workers do much better work with battered women when they have advocates at their side, domestic violence advocates at their side. So then it was safe for us to bring them into the Family Justice Center. And yes, we brought in human trafficking services because you will be hard pressed to find a human trafficking victim in America that didn't grow up in a home with violence and abuse. Kids from healthy, functional homes do not become sex trafficking victims virtually ever. Kids that get recruited into sex trafficking are coming out of homes with violence and abuse, and traffickers find them and recruit them. So the intersections between child abuse and sexual assault and domestic violence and human trafficking and elder abuse are very significant. And so we realized those intersections. So I share with you the vision of the first Family Justice Center in America, because as we go into this visioning exercise, I want you to dream big about who could possibly be there. Not in the phase 1, not in your startup right now, not with a few offices in a building, but the day when the whole community, when all of Middlesex County, when the freeholders at the city and county officials and state officials all say, we're going to build a big framework for the Family Justice Center. What could that look like? What could that be? So this is that opportunity for us to do this, to create a big vision. I do have to remind you one thing before we start this exercise. There's only one difference between a vision and a hallucination, and it's the number of people who see it. So if you have a vision and nobody else sees what you see, you need counseling and medication. But if you can all see the same thing today, if you can all imagine something and you can see it and you can see it and you can see it, it can become a reality. The Nashville Family Safety Center, which we're profiling this December at our National Leadership Summit, is now the largest family justice center in America, 93,000 square feet, co-located right next door to the brand new Nashville Metro Police Department. And they have over 60 on-site and off-site partners at the Nashville Family Safety Center. That's the big vision. And then we have centers that have 3 agencies co-located together in rural communities. We have a center in Defiance, Ohio that spans 7 counties. And in 6 of the counties, they have a storefront advocate with a video camera that hooks up remotely to the Family Justice Center in Defiance, Ohio. And the span is 240 miles from some of those counties to get to Defiance. So they can't drive every victim all the way to Defiance. So they have a video hookup. The models are so diverse around the country with the simple proposition, we're going to give survivors what they need, however we need to do it. So the only difference between a vision and a hallucination is, in fact, the number of people who see it. So our exercise right now, the goal is going to be, can you see it? So here's what I want you to do. You've got paper in the middle of your tables, all of you. Grab a couple pieces of paper. You see the paper there? Colored paper in the middle. Each one of you, grab one of those stickies. Put it in front of you, find a pen, grab a piece of paper, because you're now going to become the dreamers. You're going to now become the visionaries of the Middlesex County Family Justice Center journey. So get a piece of paper in front of you with a pen. I want you to stretch a little bit. I want you to take a few deep breaths. Relax, loosen up. Make sure you're comfortable. A little stretching would be fine. Yeah, good. This is what we're going to do. In just a minute, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. When we do this with a lot of cops in the room, it's very annoying because cops never close their eyes, and they even sleep with one eye open. It's very scary when you go on trips I camp with cops sometimes, and it's a scary thing. But if you can, I want you to close your eyes. Because when I ask you to do that in just a minute, I want you to transport yourself 5 years from now. Not today, not this day, not March 18th of 2021. What month are we in? May 18th of 2021. I'm going to transport you 5 years to 2026. Because we need to look out far enough to see something that can exist here that does not currently exist, to see something that's that big. So when I have you close your eyes, I want you to just relax. I don't want you to be cheating and looking at your phone or checking your text messages or somebody emailing you for something that's so important that they've got to get your attention right now. It doesn't matter. I need you to be fully present for us for a few minutes here. And I'm going to ask you to just block it all out and go with me on a journey. You ready? Okay, let's do it. Let's close our eyes. Relax in your chairs. Make sure your phone's turned off or on vibrate. Make sure it's not going to ring for us because we don't want to be interrupted in our time travel. We're going to May of 2026. We're back in New Brunswick. We're here 5 years after we met at the Hyatt Regency in this ballroom. 5 years later, we're back in New Brunswick, but we're here because the whole world has changed in Middlesex County. We're here because Oprah Winfrey has arrived. We're here because 60 Minutes has decided to finally do a positive story about something. And it turns out it's going to be about the Middlesex County Family Justice Center. Oprah's here to profile what you've done. She first endorsed the Family Justice Center model in January of 2003 on her national television show at the time. But now she's back to profile what you're doing. Because in May of 2026, you've become one of the leading collaborative, coordinated community response Family Justice Center models in America. In fact, people have been flocking here from all over the country, coming to New Brunswick to find out what happened here. What did you do? What did you create? Why are they coming here? Because in 2026, you have this amazing Family Justice Center, and lives are being changed. Nobody that comes to the Family Justice Center dies. Domestic violence homicides are at 0, and they've been at 0 for a long time. Kids are coming in for help, but cycles are breaking. Kids aren't ending up in the juvenile justice system. Kids aren't growing up to go off to jail or prison or into mental health facilities. They're going to college and vocational school, and they're finding pathways forward, and people are flocking from everywhere here to find out what you did. So let's go. Let's go walk in the front doors of the Family Justice Center in 2026. What do you see? What do you hear? What's happening? Who's there? What did you create that's so incredibly powerful? Women Aware is leading this collaborative that is absolutely phenomenal. So as you come in, what do you see? What do you hear? As you walk down the halls, who are the partners? Who's there? There's laughter in the hallways. There's children involved in all kinds of activities, both inside and outside. What are they doing? What's happening? Kids are talking about Camp Hope, New Jersey, and how excited they are about it. Where did they go? How did you develop it? Who are the partners? The research is showing that trauma survivors are seeing these massive increases in their hope scores from when they first walked in the door and you measured hope in their lives to 6 months later to a year later. Why? Why has hope gone up? Why has resiliency increased in their life? Why is well-being so significant? Walk down the halls, talk to people, shake hands. Who are you talking to? What do you see? What does it feel like? Why are women coming back over and over again? Why are men who have been victims, both gay and straight, why are they comfortable coming to centers? Why is the LGBTQ community feeling so welcomed in this place? What's going on with the engagement with the faith community? Why do schools see you as the greatest resource they've got for kids who trigger in school, for kids who struggle with learning because of trauma in their lives? What do you see? What do you hear? Just spend a little while in your mind. Walk down the hallways. Walk outside. Walk inside. You're being interviewed. They just stuck a camera in your face and they said, what did you all do here? What are you going to tell them? What happened? What is it that became so transformational? So I want you in your mind for just a few minutes with your eyes closed. Think about what you see. It can be informed by your own experience, your own journey. We got survivors in this room. We've got those who've worked in this field 6 months, and we've got those who have worked in this field for 30 years. What do you see? What do you hear? What's happening? Who's there? What kind of programs exist? What kind of choices? This is a choice-based model. What choices do survivors have in your center? What kind of things can they pick and choose from? What are the healing modalities that exist in your center? And what's available not just to clients or survivors, but to the staff? Why is the staff burnout rate so much lower? Why is the impact of vicarious trauma so much less significant than it was 5 years ago? What are you doing? What happened? Who came there? How has the work of law enforcement been changed? How has what's happened in the Family Justice Center
changed the way the court operates in Middlesex County, changes the way the state legislature thinks about working with trauma survivors. People want to fund what's happening here. Counties across the state, from the shore all across the state, want to replicate what you've done here. Why? What is it? What's going on? Just take a minute in quiet and think about it. Walk it, see it. What is it? What are all the things the kids look forward to? Not just in the summertime, but all year long. What are the things that adults look forward to? Who are the newest partners that came on that you didn't have 5 years ago? Who else has joined you? Dream it. Imagination is the instrument of hope. If you can't imagine something, it can never exist. You got to imagine it. You just walked up to a survivor and she said, wow, let me tell you what this place has meant to me. What does she tell you? What does she say? What was so life-changing about what's happened here? Oh, you just met a funder. They're amazed with the outcomes that you've been able to measure in the last couple of years. What are the outcomes that most impress them? What are the things that have caused them to say, I want to give to this? This is what I care about. This is where I want my money to go. Oh, you just bumped into a prosecutor who said her whole career changed after she started working at the Family Justice Center. Why did her career change? What did she experience at the center? Oh, you just found out a detective doesn't want to leave. They want to transfer him from his agency somewhere else, but he doesn't want to leave the Family Justice Center. Why doesn't he want to leave? Okay, friends, when you're ready, I want you to open your eyes. I want you to take your pen, and I want you to write on your piece of paper. Don't want you to talk. I want you to write what you saw. What did you see? What did you hear? What did you feel? Who was there? Write it all down. Just write. What happened here? What did you imagine? You can list 5 things or you can list 50 things. Just write it all down. Just by yourself. We'll share in a few minutes. Nobody talking, just write what you saw, what you heard, what you believe changed in those 5 years. What did the place feel like? What did it look like? Who were the partners that were there? What were all the activities and opportunities for survivors, adults, and kids? You walked outside, what did you see? What did you see inside? Why did you find out survivors felt so welcome? Why they came back again and again and not just walked in and left? What were they there for other than just a protection order or to talk to a prosecutor, talk to a police officer, talk to an advocate? What all was available? There's really not much limit to this. You say, I feel like I saw a courtroom. And it turns out we have multiple family justice centers that actually have the courtrooms now in them. Survivors don't even have to go to court at all. The judges come to the family justice center with their staff. Don't put limits on what you saw or heard or believed had happened. Planning a while ago where somebody said, I saw a Boys and Girls Club inside the Family Justice Center. Turns out there was such a thing in Wyoming. There is a center with a Boys and Girls Club that's a part of it. When you thought about why people were flocking in, how do you know that it works? What did y'all do that caused you to know that it works, that you're actually breaking cycles of violence and abuse? You can prove it. Why do survivors from so many diverse backgrounds feel comfortable coming to your center? Women of all faiths, from all cultures, in a community that has a very large immigrant population. Why are they comfortable coming to your center? What were the children's programs that you saw there? What was happening after school? Maybe weekends. Why is this not just a crisis intervention center, but a place where survivors feel like they can belong 6 months later, or a year later, or 2 years later? What was it about the center that changed the way the courts operate in Middlesex County? Changed the way law enforcement operates, changed the way prosecutor's office operates? What was so transformative that it literally changed system operations? It didn't just create a little building where everybody felt nicer. Okay, in just a couple minutes, you can keep writing. You may come up with other ideas as you go, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask that you use that list. And if we've got anybody at a table by themselves, I'm going to ask you to join another table with somebody else, because this is what I want you to do. I want you to each take your list, and I want you to practice going around the table and sharing one thing off your list. That's all. What did you see? One thing. And then I want the next person to share one thing. I don't want somebody to share their whole list. I want you to share one thing. And I don't want you to tell stories for 10 minutes after you share one thing on your list. I just want you to share one thing, one thing, one thing, one thing, one thing, and just keep going around. And it doesn't matter if something that you share is something that somebody else shared. In fact, you might begin to hear the same things from each other as you share things off your list. So one thing, and the topics don't have to be the same. One person may say, I saw this, and another person may share, well, I saw this partner agency there. They don't have to go together. Just one thing, one thing, one thing. About 5-6 minutes, we're going to do this. Keep going around. Nobody gets to talk for the whole table. One person, just share. You don't have to write anything down. Just share it out loud, and then I'll give you your next assignment. Okay, are you with me? So I want you to go. And if you want to join another table with somebody else, that would be great. So we have 3-4 people at a table. One thing, one thing, one thing. About 5 minutes. Ready? Go.
People on Zoom, so I just chatted, sent them a chat, said, list them out, list your stuff out,
Perfect.
so I'll keep engaging with them during the chat.
Oh wow! Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Mm.
Understanding interaction, guarding the process, future endeavors, police presence show survivors that police are not the enemy, that they're actually collaborators in the process. A larger police presence than what we have.
What did you say?
Playroom for children.
Oh, nice.
I did.
Okay.
Garden?
I said garden.
Nice.
I said garden.
Nice. You better have a garden in the Garden State.
One thing that it kind of relates to what I said, building those community connections, like really being in tune with what the community needs and the time that I have to do.
Children's service.
I serve them with computers where people could develop skills, some kind of training, maybe ESL programs, because I know a lot of these people, English is not their first language and they struggle. I know they struggle with the ecosystem sometimes. We can get them interpreters, but it would be nice if they wanted to develop their skills, they could. And then the other thing I saw was maybe some kind of chapel or like a religious why people are overtly religious or spiritual, maybe just a quiet place where they could, sort of force through.
Along with that, I would have to say I grew up in a very spiritual, religious home, and for me, that was basically what made me stay grounded and not run away or find an escape through drugs or who knows what. So I definitely agree with spirituality being present. So in my vision, I saw the freedom of religion, freedom of belonging to something bigger than just what's here, right? To give you more significance, because you're not just here, you're significant to everything that happens.
Nice.
I guess we were all on the same wavelength on that one, because the next thing was exactly I was envisioning office space for all different faith leaders. Some space there that they can come, whatever relevant time they have to just be present there for all different denominations.
You know, I just have to tell you one thing. It's really interesting. We created this interfaith chaplaincy program in the center, 40 chaplains, and then when it started operating, we had Mormon women coming in, we had Muslim women coming in, we had Catholic women, and
Your mic's hot.
oh. Okay, friends, about one more minute of going around, and then I'm going to give you your next assignment. If you got something you didn't share it now, and then we're going to give you your next assignment. Okay, friends, I'm going to give you your next assignment. And you can keep sharing. You can share into the lunch hour, but this is your next assignment. Can you all read this card? Can you see what it says? It says 3 to 5 words. 3 to 5 words. This is your next assignment. I need a scribe, somebody at your table, preferably that's not a doctor, somebody that can actually write legibly. And I want you to start putting on cards ideas that you all think should be part of this vision. You each shared. Now I want you to start populating one idea per card, one service per card, one design feature per card, one partner agency per card. Don't write 10 things on this card. I want you to be able to see it from a distance because we're going to actually put them up on a wall here that's lit up. And we're going to see them all together. So I want you to start, find a scribe, take a felt tip pen. We've got felt tip pens on your tables. No just pens. We got to have markers. Use a marker. Write real big so we can see it. You may have 15, 20 cards at your table, 30 cards. I don't know. I want you to start putting on cards what you should think, what you all think at your table should be part of the vision for the Middlesex County Family Justice Center. What did you hear? What did you share? What should be on each card? One idea per card, 3 to 5 words. Friends, don't forget to make sure that on cards, if you saw agencies there, it turns out the Family Justice Center is not just Mildred. It's actually real people from real agencies. So put on cards the agencies that you saw there. You should also have on the cards, who are the agencies that you saw there? Yes, you can have more than one scribe, friends, if you need to put things on cards faster. About 5 more minutes to put stuff on cards. Those on Zoom are starting to populate the wall with cards that Rayanne's talking to. Those online, if you're ready to start putting your cards up, we're going to put them on that wooden area in the back of the room there. And if we run out of space, we'll add a second wall. Okay, friends, bring up any other cards you have and populate that vision wall back there. And then we're going to break for lunch here in just a couple of minutes. Hey, Philly. You Okay, friends, before we break for lunch, where's our famous photographer? Come here just a sec. Okay, friends, this is what we're going to do. Right before we have lunch here, history belongs to those who photograph it. So you are the faithful dreamers today. We have some folks on Zoom. We'll capture, Olive Rand capture a picture of them somehow. But we're actually going to take a quick picture before lunch. So if you are game to grab your mask, we're actually going to do it on the stairs. Tatiana would like you all on the stairs. Then we'll come back in, get a lunch, get relaxed, go to the restroom. We're going to work on this wall after lunch. We've got a video we're going to play for part of lunch from Ellen Pence, so I'll let Gail introduce all that. But let's just, before we go to lunch, just grab your mask, come join us on the stairs. We're going to take a quick group photo to commemorate today.
Hello. I just wanted to share that if you need parking validation, Rachel, that's going to be waving, has them. She's right there. So before you leave, it's a $7 a day parking validation. Rachel has it. Thank you. Enjoy your meal.
All right. Well, hello, friends. While you are all eating lunch, I'm going to start and introduce this video. As Casey mentioned, we had a very special video we want to share with you. We share it at every one of our strategic planning sessions, and every time I listen to Ellen, I either A, pick up something new, or something new resonates with me. So we wanted to share this with you. As Casey mentioned, Ellen Pence is one of those individuals who really changed the world. For those of you who may not know her, think of the power control wheel. That was Ellen. Think of Duluth, Minnesota. That was Ellen. Think of first starting evidence-based prosecution in a small city. That was Ellen. Think about Batterer's program. That was Ellen. And Ellen had a way. She had a tremendous sense of humor. She was a visionary. She could see things that nobody could see. I swear she could see right through walls. And she enlisted Casey to really pursue evidence-based prosecution in San Diego. And when I had a chance to meet her, I just thought, oh my gosh, I've got a girl crush on her. Because she was just so smart and she was just so funny. And she would call it like it is. So one day she calls us up and she goes, Gail, I know that you're working with that Casey Gwynn, and I know you guys are starting this Family Justice Center. I just got a couple of things to say to you. Do not screw up. And I go, okay. And she would call us periodically to say, don't screw up. And then, are you thinking about values? Are you thinking about guiding principles? And I would call her too, especially when we were opening up and I couldn't get all the partners to agree when to move in. And she was the one that says, Gail, stop that. Play with the people who want to play with you, because you really don't want somebody that doesn't want to be there. They will keep you. They will drag you. And you got to hurry up. And she was the other one that said, you got to hurry up, but think this through. So Ellen was just amazing. And this particular year, Casey got subpoenaed to Minnesota, not me. And she would never want to leave Minnesota in January because it was like really bad weather. So she wasn't going to go anywhere. She would make us go there. And we had just invited her to keynote our conference because we valued her and we wanted her to share her vision of what she thought about family justice centers, given that she gave birth to the power control wheel, safety planning, safety assessment, blueprint for safety. That was her main focus. How do we keep victims alive and how do we keep them safe? And she said, kind of like, if you guys did this right, it would be like coordinated community responses on steroids. And you guys can take Family Justice Center to a whole new level. So we want to share this with you. And as you're listening to Ellen, share a couple of things about Blueprint for Safety, her vision for that, because I think that is still relevant today, and also her thoughts about family justice centers. Either write down what resonates for you, and then we'll come back and kind of see what resonates for you and have some discussions about that. To me, this is like one of my best parts, besides all of the sticky walls, to see your vision. And oh, by the way, your vision is really impressive. So thank you for dreaming really, really big. All right, let's
Thank you, my friend, for spending time with me here in St. Paul. We've got 400 people that are thinking of you, praying for you, and very happy that you've recorded this with us for the conference. So we'd love to spend a little time talking about the blueprint for safety first that you have just come out with, which is obviously going to change the world for a lot of communities in the months and years to come. And it's going to mean a lot for family justice centers in the future to figure out how to apply the blueprint in co-located service models. But I'd love to just start by having you tell us about the blueprint, where it came from, what it's about, what you think it means, why it's important.
Well, let me start by saying hi, everybody. I wish I was there in person. And doing this video means that Casey gets to edit out some of my comments. And I have not signed over that I want editorial privilege here. So just remember, it's his edit job that we're working with here. But it is, I wish I was there in person, and I wish I could be with you. So you've heard about the safety audits that we do, and so we did this one in St. Paul where we looked from 911 to the point of charging, and we had a group of people, about 20 of us, from the system and a few advocates, and we listened to 200 911 tapes, went over and watched people do their job, interviewed a lot of 911 operators and supervisors. Then we just took every single step of the case up to the point of charging. And we sat down with all the agency heads after about 6 months of doing this, and we said, here's all the things that we saw that needed to change. And John Harrington is the police chief here in St. Paul, and he said, okay, so the next step would be do from charging to this, and then from this to this, and this will take us years to get through this. Couldn't you just kind of give us something that maps it out from point one to the end of the intervention, what everybody should be doing? And we thought that from this thing that we had done, we're totally prepared to do that. We have the whole Duluth history. We've got what people in Minneapolis have done, St. Paul have done, what people around the country have done, San Diego, Nashville. We really know what the kind of things need to happen. And so we just thought, let's put together something that brings together kind of the policies and procedures that we could get the agency heads to agree to, that would best position us to protect the victim long term and to hold the offender accountable, and then offer opportunities to change. So this is the blueprint. And I just want to make a point that we came up with this title before Obama came up with his blueprint. Okay, so I don't know if he heard about it and copied us or what.
Probably.
But yeah, I'm sure, because the guy, he copies stuff. So anyway, we called it the blueprint for safety, and what we wanted it to be was just that, like a way forward, taking this 30 years of experience and putting it into policy, procedure, and then a whole series of training memos. So the book you have is the policy and procedure, and then there's every single thing in there is explain why you do it and how you do it, and more of a training kind of piece for it.
So before we talk about kind of some of the fundamental principles in it, help me figure out how you make it a reality. I mean, we saw this in policies and procedures and coordinated community response. It's great to have policies, and you go do some trainings, and then 2 years later, everybody's gone, and 2 years after that, everybody's gone. And
right.
How does the blueprint become a living document, real life in a community?
Well, I learned this whole thing about getting everything in writing and in documentation when I worked in the Marine Corps project, which is kind of where I met up with you. And in the Marine Corps, people shift every 3 years, and a lot of people are in a position for 18 months and then on they go. So in the Marine Corps, everything is standardized, and here's your standard operating procedures. And so when we worked in this Marine Corps project and they wanted a CCR on every Marine Corps base, they said we need it built into exactly how people do things. So we got up with the MPs and everybody in the system and said, we've got to integrate this into your policies, your procedures. When they do procedures, they do procedures. I mean, you pick up your pen, you write this, you put your pen, everything is written out. And at first I thought, this is nutty how detailed it all is. But by the time we got done building into a Marine Corps base all the steps that you have to take to process a case, later on the commandant changed and wasn't really very supportive anymore of that CCR approach. He moved on, and another commandant came, and another one came, and the whole CCR emphasis got dropped by the top people in the Marine Corps. But 5 or 6 years later, when DOD came back and said, we've got to do something about domestic violence, they went and looked at the Marine Corps. It was all still there because it was so deeply embedded in procedure and practice and policy. Even when the very head wasn't pushing it anymore, the procedures were still in place. So it wasn't very much to resurrect it. And so I just, I think you can't count on personalities. You can't count on charismatic figures. You get people like, if I might say, you and me, who have a bit of, the tongue, right? And we can talk and we can cajole people into things, and then everybody gets on the bandwagon. Then we disappear. And that, if it isn't embedded into the daily work routines of people by policy, by procedure, it's going to fade away. And you always do need leadership, but basically you need to really embed this stuff in very, very concrete ways of how people do their work.
So as you and Jeff and the whole team developed the blueprint, you picked kind of 6 core foundational principles that you felt should be central to every kind of piece of the blueprint. Why did you pick those in particular?
Well, the first one we picked was this basic thing of, it's the same thing of the family justice centers. When you co-locate, you get people together. You can't have a goal-alone attitude. We're the police department. We've got a great domestic violence program. We're the CPS. We've got a great, no matter who it is, you have to see that you are linked in very, very intricate ways to other agencies, to other people in other agencies, and everyone. You've got to get the agencies to see themselves as operating as a unit rather than operating as a whole bunch of separate units. And so that was the very first thing, is that the notion of interagency work is not simply that we co-locate and all sit in the same place, but that we co-locate, and then in that co-located place, the co-location is a method to get someplace where other people can't get if they're not really every day talking to each other, seeing each other, communicating with each other. But co-location needs to also then say, and we're no longer separate agencies, we're a collective, and we've got collective goals. I used to think, when I worked in Duluth, if a woman got killed, or there was a kid got killed, or some really bad thing happened, I'd read about it in the paper in the morning. And the first thing I'd do is I'd go to work and I'd say, did that guy get sent to us? We're the Domestic Abuse Intervention Project. We're supposed to deal with the abusers. Did he get sent to us? Did we see him? If he didn't do what he was supposed to do, did we report it? Did we do what we were supposed to do? And I would look in his file, and then if we did, I'd go, okay,
So you felt better then when it wasn't your
it wasn't
case.
us. Yeah, it must have been someone else. That if somebody messed up, who was it? And now I can kind of talk to the press and say, it must have been the police, or whatever I'm going to say. But it was this idea that that's what we're responsible for. She's dead, or this kid is dead, or he's dead. My reaction should have been, we didn't keep him safe, but it wasn't. It was, we did what we were supposed to do. And we got to get rid of that kind of thinking. And we have to have a collective goal, as well as everyone has their individual responsibility. But if we say, my job is, I'm a police officer, I go out, I investigate the crime scene, determine if there's probable cause, what happens to that case after that is not up to me. If that's our attitude, then we're going to see failure after failure after failure. We have to see, I'm a part of a bigger picture. And the way I do my job positions everyone else to do their job. Whoever touches the case, they put it like a fingerprint on it. And you can watch that go through. And if this person did their job in a way that helps this person and understands what this person needs. So a 911 dispatcher that understands what a prosecutor needs does a better job. And so you can't just get together and be friends with each other. You have to get together and say, if I'm going to do my job right, I need you to do this. And if I'm going to be successful, I have to have this. And then the next person has to say, what do you need from me? And that's what has to happen. And then all that has to be integrated into one set, a collective policy, rather than a series of independent policies.
So the integrated approach thing, true in a CCR, true in a family justice center. The collective goal piece seems more complicated to me. mean, do you have to negotiate them? How do you agree upon them? Does every community have to come up with their own collective set of goals? Will they vary by community, or do you think that the collective goals pretty much should be the same in every community in the country?
Well, I guess I think that the collective goal should be that people should live free of coercion, of violence, of fear, that's the overarching goal. It's not just that this case gets prosecuted or that he gets put in jail or something like that. It's that this person who's been living in the state of fear, been living with a lot of coercion, that this person is living free of that. And to me, it's we use the word safety, but I want a bigger thing, which is that I get up in the morning and I'm not scared. I have a friend who it was the first woman I ever advocated for, and her husband tried to kill her, and he died 4 or 5 years ago. And I called her up the day that he died, and this is like 20 years ago. I advocated for her, and I said, "How are you doing?" She said, and I said, "How are the kids doing?" She said, "The kids are having a hard time." And she said, "I had the best sleep that I've had in 25 years." And even after all that time, she still lived on some level, knowing that he was walking the earth and that he still hated her and he still was claiming that someday he would get her. She never slept well. And that night she slept well. Well, my goal is that women go to bed at night and they sleep well. They're not afraid that someone's going to break through, rape them, beat them, hurt their kids. And that's more than prosecuting a case, or it's more than any of these kind of individual things we do on a case. Well, there's been a lot of criticism of the battered women's movement not acknowledging that women use violence, that sometimes this violence is mutual, that it's not always about power and control. And some of that criticism is very legitimate. Some of it is bogus, smoke out of different
we can bleep this part.
Yes, right. So it's a lot of smoke screen stuff, and some of it is very bogus, but a lot of it it's real. That domestic violence is anytime someone in an intimate relationship uses force or intimidation against another. Well, that's a pretty broad set of things, and the battered women's movement as a social movement meant to address a certain kind of domestic violence. It meant to address that top-down violence of somebody that's controlling another person, somebody that is dominating through the use of fear, violence, etc. There's been a lot of criticism of the battered women's movement over the years that we're not acknowledging that not all domestic violence is the same thing. And so we painted a picture that domestic violence was about one person dominating another, using all these tactics of control. And there's other forms of domestic violence. For one thing, the dominated person, oftentimes, most people don't just curl up and get hit. They fight back, they kick back, so there's a lot of violence coming back at the dominator. There's also violence that isn't about domination. It's violence that's attached more to a mental illness problem. Someone who's schizophrenic and becomes paranoid and starts to think that their wife is trying to poison them and uses violence against her might look like a case of, oh my God, this is domestic violence, he's dominating her. That's not what it is. So the criticism has been the lack of differentiation amongst these different kinds of violence. Some of it's really quite legitimate. Some of it is a lot of smoke screens going up because people want to say, this is not a gender issue, this is really mutual. Well, that's just not true. There's a historic 6,000 years of this kind of violence of domination that we've got to get a hold of in this society, and it's destroying kids' lives, women's lives, etc. But there is this other kind of domestic violence, and so when you use the term domestic violence and write a policy, you can't say when there's domestic violence you do this. You have to say, is this person dominating this person? Is this person fighting back? Very few victims just curl up and get hit. They kick back, spit back, and sometimes they wait until he's a little under the weather and then they get him back. So there's a lot of resistance. Nobody just gets dominated without in some way resisting. And a significant number of women resist with in different ways, but violence is one of them. And so you have to treat resistance violence very different than dominating violence, because if you don't, you actually increase this person's power. If you say to her, we're going to arrest you, we're going to prosecute you, we're going to put you in a batterers group, we're going to do all this, he's going, yes, thank you, thank you. And you've just actually made the situation worse. So you got to figure out, how do you intervene in this person's violence without emboldening and empowering the dominator? Well, the idea that I'm not a social worker, I'm a police officer, I'm not here to do social engineering, I'm a prosecutor. We have to see ourselves as that we're part of a mammoth social institution that has huge impacts on people's lives, and that whether we like it or not, we're not just there to process a particular case. We're there to influence how citizens are able to or not able to function in our society. And so we have both we create a general deterrence to this by how we deal with it, but also we create a specific deterrence by how we deal with this offender and this victim. And we can't sacrifice one for the other. We have to see ourselves as operating on this general level and this specific level at the same time. And it is, to me, it is the purpose of our criminal justice system is not to capture a person and prosecute them. It's to create a norm in our society of what behavior is and isn't going to be tolerated, and what behavior is going to be sanctioned and not be sanctioned. And we basically, that was the whole drive of using the criminal justice system to say, we need to start saying, this is a crime, this is wrong, we have to do something different. And for all the criticism of it, there's plenty of evidence that shows we've made an impact. We've reduced homicides, we've reduced serious assaults, we've reduced wife beating in this country over these 30 years. Not to the extent that we haven't changed the culture that really feeds into the whole thing of abuse of women in families, or of vulnerable people in families, but we have done a huge thing of make people think, I don't just get to do this. There's going to be a consequence. And it's not, I don't want to say there should be more consequence. It's not necessarily consistent enough, clear enough. The consequences aren't sure and swift the way they should be, but we've made enough of an indent into that system to say this approach will work if people do it right. This is what I think about the notion of co-location with integration of new kinds of ways of approaching their cases. I have cancer right now, right? And I went to my oncologist and I said, you like to do the poison stuff and the surgery stuff and the radiation stuff, and then you say, get exercise and eat well. But, if I want to fight cancer in my body, I have to have a strong immune system. I have to really be eating totally differently. I have to be moving my body differently. There's a whole bunch of stuff that my body can fight this cancer along with the poison you're putting in it. And if I want to kind of be operating on all 6 cylinders, you should be addressing all 6 cylinders, and all you're doing is addressing this poison part over here. So I say to him, I'm going off to the Cancer Center of America in Chicago. I've got to travel 400 miles to find a place that puts that all together, that puts together and I'm not advertising Cancer Center of America here, but I'm saying that they've tried to do what you're doing, is they put the medical stuff in with the nutrition stuff, in with the mental health stuff. I mean, people find out, look, you've got kids, you're dying, you've got to deal with the fact that your life is very limited now, and you're going to spend most of it sick. And it means that you need mental health help. You can't just deal with this by yourself. So they put all this together, and people are streaming in there from all over the country. When I went there were people coming from New York, from Alaska, from here and there. And I go back to my oncologist and I say, if they put one of these in St. Paul, all your customers would leave my age, because we want all of this. We don't want to just have this part. We want the whole thing. And that's what you're doing. You're saying you walk in here and you get all of this. You don't just get, here's a criminal justice thing, here's CPS, here's this. You get the whole deal. But the key to it is to make that work for victims is really hard, because those systems are set up to work and to beam a woman out of her everyday world into their world and process her in the way that they process her. And getting those systems to process her based on what's really going on in her life and her family is a major paradigm shift for those systems. So family justice centers could be an incubator for how it is that these institutions can rethink their whole approach to these cases to be more centered on what actually goes on in people's lives. So for child protection to be stepping in and taking kids away from women because you're not protecting them from the kids, it's fraught with all sorts of injustices, trauma to children. It doesn't really stop the violence. It puts kids off in what kind of care. I mean, it's just got a ton of problems to it. In a family justice center, if you're all kind of challenging each other together to what's the paradigm shift we have to make if we really want to be victim focused, then we need to start with what did our intervention do in that family's life? And that's what you've got, that you can't do agency by agency. You've got to do with people together thinking about it and challenging each other and seeing that it's not any one agency. It's the whole way the state comes in people's lives and processes you as a particular kind of case, rather than people coming together, dealing with all the stuff that's going on in that family, and then marshaling your forces together to protect that family from more violence. Well, let me say one thing that I think is a factor. If you work in a system, like let's say I'm a therapist or I'm a child protection worker and I work in some kind of a human service system, I have a menu of 4 or 5 things I can offer people. I can't go down and talk to this woman about what do you need. I have to say, what do you need of what I have to offer? So what I tend to do is, if I'm an advocate and I do protection orders, I look at her as a potential protection order woman, right? So all of these people, a framework that they're using in every conversation with her is really determined by what they have to offer. So she's kind of made into a potential recipient of these services. When you look at child protection, you get a woman with 7 kids. The kids aren't all going to school. She's not getting them off here. She's not doing that. What does she need? She needs a wife. That's what child protection should give her, a car with somebody in it that's going to help her. But what she gets is stress therapy, time management therapy. She gets all sorts of therapy because that's what they have to offer. And then when she still can't manage with the 7 kids while her husband's hitting her or whatever, then she's seen as lacking in something. So the very first thing you have to do is you have to shift the paradigm from here's what we have to offer, fit her into it, to are we offering what the women that are coming to us need? That means you have to start with what do you need, and you have to start with that kind of dialogue. And that's another word that you want to use, dialogue with women, rather than this notion of assessing, where I already have concepts up here and I'm going to ask her information, use her as a data point. Have you ever had this? Have you ever had this? Have you ever had that? And then I'm going to put it into some place up here where I've been trained to think this way. What's missing from professional relationships with women is the art of dialogue. Let's talk about your life. Talk to me about your life, and then listen, and then let her drive and define on some level the kinds of things that are going on in her life and therefore she needs. And when it's a mismatch of what I have to give, if I am co-located where I can find that, you see the benefit of that. Because if I'm one agency, I'm only going to fit her into what I have to give. But if I'm literally with other people, then I say, we can give you that because we are a we now. We are not an I, you know what I mean? So I can say, yes, we can give you that because we have this. But that means that these services have to be what she needs. I wouldn't just co-locate every service in a community that supposedly helps people out if it doesn't give you then the diversity of what women from different cultural backgrounds, different economic backgrounds, experiencing different kinds of violence need to get into that place of living free of violence. And so just putting every happy-go-lucky kind of program together is not necessarily going to help. It's being strategic. If I can bring 10 or 12 people together, who should I bring together that's going to meet needs of women of really different cultural backgrounds, I think is important, but also women who are experiencing different kinds of threats to them and their children and their safety and their security. So that's one piece of it. But I just think it's really important to, I'll go back to this kind of example. When I go to my doctor, I have a lot of things I want to talk to my doctor about. And like everyone else, this doctor-patient relationship is an intimidating one. When I walk in there, a nurse takes me into a room and she sits at a computer and she says, she asked me about my stool samples. She asked me about how I'm doing, like mentally. Are you safe at home? She does a series of questions. Are you still on this drug and that drug? How often are you vomiting? I mean, it's just like 1 minute we're talking about a drug, then this, and it's everything she needs to put on her file, right? She should sit down with me and say, you've got 15 minutes with your doctor. What do you need? What do you need to talk about? What are your concerns right now? That's a patient-driven relationship. She never asked me, what do you want to get out of this visit? She just gets what the institution needs to now update my file. And now the doctor's going to come in and he takes over and he starts talking to me in a certain way. So what does it mean to design every interaction starting with what do you need and letting you talk and letting you define that? And that's what a family justice center, if they put principles into place, it's got to be because it's bringing together not only resources, but it should be a victim-driven system then. And you should be watching each other do their intakes and ask the question, if I was that victim, would I feel that I just drove that interaction? Would I feel that we were partners, or would I feel that you were acting on me? You do the same thing that we did when we started the Duluth thing. We kept talking about coordinated community response, and you talk about co-locating people. So we emphasize the coordination, you emphasize the co-location. But I think both of those are a means to something more important, which we took out of our title. Now, Family Justice Center is a title too, but I think that we emphasize the coordination more than we emphasize the coordination of what towards what. Family justice centers, if they're not about changing the paradigm of these agencies that come together, then they're just going to make a nicer feel to doing the same things that might not be effective with women or dangerous. So I think that it's the important thing for family justice centers to do is, why are we coming together? What do we need to change? So I'll give you my little example that I like of this one is that if you sit and watch a prosecutor who's a good prosecutor who knows domestic violence charge a case, they will get a whole bunch of police reports and they'll go through them and they'll say, can I win this case? And if they've got half a chance of winning it, a good prosecutor would say, I'm going to charge this. And so they weed out the ones that they can't win. Now, why can't they win them? Usually they can't win them because the police officer wrote a bad report, right? I got two witnesses. One is Harry and one is the uncle. Now, I don't know where the uncle lives. I have no idea what the uncle saw, and I don't know whose uncle he is. And here's Harry, who all I know is that Harry was there and then left. And so this police report doesn't give the prosecutor, doesn't interview these two people, tell them where to find them. So a prosecutor who knows that they don't have a whole lot of time is going to say, these aren't really witnesses because I don't know what they saw or did and blah, 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 and I don't know how to find them. So those two witnesses go missing. Or maybe the police officer didn't even mention that these witnesses were there. The prosecutor, the good prosecutor goes, foom, not foom, that, foom. And over here are laying a bunch of women who are getting beat up, who need as much help as this woman in this pile. The prosecutor who throws them over their shoulder is not accountable to those women. He or she is only accountable to his task. And that's the difference that you have to do. That pile has to go here, not over his shoulder or her shoulder, but here in a pile to take to the police department and say, these are inadequate reports. I'm going to hold you accountable. I cannot do my job if you produce these kind of reports. Then the police people who bring these reports over with all the witnesses there, with all the evidence there, and bring it to a prosecutor who says, oh, I don't have a visible sign of the strangulation thing. I'm not going to prosecute this. Arbitrarily just deciding this. That officer here has to be able to say to his supervisor, this is an arbitrary decision by this prosecutor. It's got to be challenged. That's got to be built into not individual relationship. It's got to be understood that every month all those cases are going to come back at that prosecutor that they just arbitrarily kicked out, and that they're going to have to be accountable for why they did that. But you can't do it by individual relationships with people because they need to cooperate, and so they don't challenge each other. And so you have to have it built into the police. Every time they have what they think is a good case that follows the standards that have been set, and it gets kicked out arbitrarily by a prosecutor, that has a mechanism to come back to these prosecutors' supervisor. These police reports that don't match the thing, it comes back. That kind of accountability in the system is what a family justice center, using the blueprint. This is why I say the blueprint built into a family justice center is the Duluth model on steroids. It's like it's going to kick it up, way up another notch, because you've got a setting, conditions that are so much, are really, really good to put something like this into place. But I do think that that's my criticism of family justice centers is not some of the ones you've heard. It's that this has to be at the center of your planning from the day one. When people say we sign up, then are you agreeing to examine every policy and every procedure to make sure that it's focused on victim safety? And if you're agreeing to that, then you're in. But we're not going to just co-locate absent this agreement that we are going to co-think, co-plan, and we're going to collectively produce a book that says this is who we are. And when that woman comes in, she comes into we, not a whole bunch of this kind of stuff. And so I like the title of the family justice centers. And, Desmond Tutu always says that justice demands three things: that the truth be told. And when you start talking about the truth, and then you start talking about articulating what's really going on, it breaks through a lot of stuff. We need to get to the truth. And the truth is not these facts that allow for a conviction, but the truth is what actually happened in that house. Who's scared of who? Who's living in fear? What's going on with those kids? How their relationship with their mother's being undermined? All those truths need to come up. And then Desmond Tutu says the next thing is that the harm that's done has to be repaired, to whatever extent humanly possible. We need to be about repairing harm. And sometimes it's too late. People are dead. People are irreparably harmed, but you have to do whatever you can to restore as much as possible. And the third thing is that the conditions that brought forth the violence or the injustice be altered. So it's not just about the individual, but it's about the conditions that created the violence or the injustice. And those are three beautiful, to me, if we can define justice that way, and we can agree collectively that justice is about the truth, what's really going on, it's about repairing the harm, and it's about changing the conditions, then we are on a path together that is much less focused on us as individuals doing a task and much more focused on a big outcome.
As you reflect back on your entire journey in this work, and you kind of reflect on things that you might have done in a different order, or things that you might have done differently, or things that you wish you'd put more emphasis on, or if you had it to do over again, I might spend more time doing this. What are those things?
Well, there's like maybe 3 or 4 of them. One for sure is that I always had this 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 year vision. I didn't think I was going to be doing this for 30 years. If I had known when I started that this was going to be a 30-year project, I think I would have done things that took longer to do. I just thought it took too long to change the schools, or to certain things that I thought needed changing. I thought the criminal justice system can do something now. It's and so I put all my eggs in that basket, and I think that was a huge mistake. In terms of, I think there's many institutions that hold up, that allow this violence to go unchecked, and that create the conditions for it. The criminal justice system is a reactive institution. It responds to something that's already well entrenched. And so I wish that I had understood the longevity of the struggle, and that I would be in it for this long, and I think I would have taken different approaches. And the second thing is that I started this work in the mid-'70s, and it wasn't until almost 1990 that I really, I got so burnt out and so kind of disgusted with your gender. I always think that I could have seen a guy, hanging from a cliff with his little fingers going, help me, and I would just stepped on his fingers. I got just so despondent about the possibilities for you all. And that really that was just I had a depleted soul. And then I ended up going off to look at a more spiritual approach to my work and trying to come from a different place. And I was very resistant to doing something like that. But when I ended up going to a peace center that had a lot of both Buddhist and Christian kind of origins, but it wasn't teaching a particular religious thing, but a much more what compassion is and what love is and some of those kind of things. And it changed. It gave me a different kind of energy. It changed me a lot. And when I actually practiced both, in what I used as meditation or other people would use as prayer, when I actually tried to do that, to understand that within all of us is this potential for love, and that I could be in a men's group and I could stop seeing all the crap around him and instead seeing this potential for love. Not every guy exhibited it or changed because of it, but when I was there with him, I was much more likely to bring that out in him than just a reflection of his crap. So to me, I wish that I had, number one, earlier taken a more spiritual approach to the work, gotten myself in a place to do that. But secondly, I wish that I had maintained it, because I went in and out of it over the years and I would see the power of it.
Of all the things that you've prioritized, advocated for, done in the last 30 years, what do you think has had the most impact for victims of domestic violence and their children? What do you think has mattered the most as far as safety, their lives, their ability to escape violence? Would you put something at the top of the list?
Well, in terms of just practical, direct work, I think when I did women's groups, I think they were incredibly powerful. And I just went to my very first support group as a member of a support group last week. And I went, wow, I see what I went in there distressed, and it was for people it was for families where you were dealing with cancer. And so it was a lot of parents and husbands and wives and kids, and they had to put all the kids off in this room, and then all the adults sat around and talked. And I'd never been a member of a support group. And I went in there quite distressed and left hugging all these people and feeling I had found people who understood, who could help us, who had been through it, all this kind of stuff. And I've led a million support groups and I'd never been in one. And I know now the power of those, why they were so powerful. But I also think that when I did those groups, I just felt like, if they're done well, if they're not like pathologizing women or individualizing it, but they're helping women kind of step back from their life and see all the forces that are happening, and then step back in and say, what can I do and what can we as a group do to help you? I feel like what we've lost in the battered women's movement is the notion of community. Women should be coming out of isolation into community, not into a service that services them, for 30 days or 15 days or 10 days and then sends her back out. She should be coming in and saying, I have found my community and I've found other women. And that's another thing that family justice centers have the potential of offering, like shelters do. It's a long-term relationship with women, and they should be finding other women, and that there should be mechanisms for them to stay in contact and advocate for and with each other. And it's a huge thing to build into your advocacy. And we used to do that a lot more. And now we've gotten more into, you need your advocate. It becomes a more professional relationship. Many advocates refer to women now as their clients. I mean, it's unbelievable how many times an advocate will say, I have a client this and a client that. And that's a very different relationship than I work with a woman who, like me, and who, like these other women, are experiencing a similar thing, and we're working together towards stuff. So I think this notion of community was the strongest thing that I saw. And, you know, I think back to those women that were in those groups that we did in the early 80s, and a lot of them have pretty significant leadership positions now in Duluth in different nonprofits and in different work. They went on to do organizing on different issues, and very few of them went back into violent relationships because they weren't lonely. They had a support system, and it wasn't just coming in, getting a service and going out. And if anything, if the Family Justice Centers can organize community and keep it community and bond and have women meet each other and work with each other, it's a huge impact.
Thank you for doing this. Thank you for your work on behalf of tens of thousands of people that have been touched by your work and thousands of women who have been saved because of your work. Thank you. We love you.
Thank you. You just tried to do a Barbara Walters moment. I'm not participating.
We love you.
Thank you.
And I cherish, among many other things, your sense of humor, even to this very moment. So blessings on you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
It's just priceless and timeless, wouldn't you say? And I think you recorded that, Casey, and I'm so glad that you did. I think it was January 2011. Because she died right around January 2012, I think. So to me, as I was listening to it, so many things hit me yet again. And I think in some ways, with the work we're doing now with the science of hope, has really shown our evolution of where we are and where we want to go. But this is about your Family Justice Center. What landed with you? I'm going to ask the lights to get turned on so I can see people. I'm also going to lean on Rayanne to walk around the room with the microphone so we can record some of the things that really resonated with you. And then Casey and I will kind of do some kind of learning on the spot and sharing. So anyone want to start? Oh, this is where we get our steps in.
I love the part where it
And
says,
if you could say your name and your organization.
Yeah, so I'm Gisela Galindo with American Friends Service Committee. And when she said I'm part of a bigger picture, that is always like why we do what we do. And how can I help the rest of the agencies do the job better? Like I have my piece, but I can't do immigration without having police reports, restraining orders, pictures of a strangulation, medical services, or counseling letters, support letters. So we all play a part. And how can we, each of us, do our job better together? We know that teamwork is the dream.
Yes, thank you. The bigger picture and how can I help? And I would say before we moved into the Family Justice Center, I thought we had it all going on at the San Diego City Attorney's Office. We're winning cases, we've got a specialized group. And then all of a sudden, when we moved into the Family Justice Center, I said, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how isolated we were and how much we needed each other and how much we were better with each other. Everything got better, stronger cases, more convictions. And the survivors felt that. They felt when they walked in the door and they saw all of our logos that it was a we, and we were working for them. And I think it gave them the trust and the faith that they needed to go into that courtroom and share their stories. So thank you for picking that one out. I really loved it. And then you're...
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Eileen O'Donnell. I'm the executive director of Coming Home of Middlesex County. And we're a nonprofit. We're like the county's nonprofit to coordinate all efforts to end homelessness. And I thought it was super impactful when she said, be accountable to the person and not the task, because we do also provide some case management. I mean, that's applicable to any service provider, right? So we do some direct service as well. And it's really important to listen to what the person needs and not have the conversation be driven by the case manager as to what you have to offer. That was really important.
Thank you. And that one landed with me too. We first opened up, we had X amount of partners with X amount of services. And when she said that, I said, oh my gosh, from now on, family justice centers will take special orders. We're not just going to offer what's on the menu. And that one just kind of gave me chills, because if you're just focused on what's on the menu, you're not having that dialogue. You're not meeting the needs. So I was like, how is it that she knows all this stuff? Thank you. Let's see.
She said it towards the end, organized community. And I was really struck by that. We represent victims in court, and I recently did an application for a grant and was looking at the South Asian community. Middlesex County has a very, very large South Asian population, and we've represented women who were brought here in arranged marriages, know no one, have no family in the country. So that concept of like organizing community and helping people that are really isolated. And what I was struck by is she was making the point that that's a resource you have for years to come. It's not just in the moment. It could be a friend for life that helps you change your life.
Thank you. And I believe the community is so important. After we started the Family Justice Center and talking to survivors, they would say we would go back because there was no other place to go. And their safety plan was going to a shelter, calling the police, and go back again, going back and forth, and creating that community. After she mentioned that is, what are we going to replace when they feel at that moment something is taken away? And I know, Casey, you've experienced that when you were the director of the shelter.
By the way, last week I talked to a woman, Lizbeth Perez. She came to the Family Justice Center in 2010 in San Diego. She was an undocumented immigrant. She'd been brought here by her alcoholic, abusive husband. After beating her, he was arrested and deported, which she calls the best day of her life. It's now 11 years later, and she's one of our best friends. And all of her kids have gone to Camp Hope. Rodolfo, the boy that I was a counselor for when he was 12, just graduating from high school this year and going to college 10 years ago. And she's still in our lives. She's still part of the San Diego Family Justice Center Voices group. So for me, you know, when I saw that I ran a shelter in San Diego for 2 years, when survivors came back to the shelter 6 months after their visit and wanted to hang out, our shelter said, we don't have a place for you to hang out. You need to do an intake. No, I don't need an intake. I just want to hang out. It's like, sorry, we don't hang out is not one of the services we offer in our programs. And it was like, wow, we're not offering community, we're offering services. So when Ellen said that, I was like, wow, how many times are we just thinking, this is what we're going to provide to you, and then good luck, instead of welcome to a community. We're welcoming you out of this violent community that you're in into a loving, caring community. And then we say, but we've only got 30 days for you, or 60 days, or 3 months, and then you got to go somewhere else. It's an interesting challenge.
Can I add something to that? Alameda County, I was the operations director in Oakland, and there was this one woman who started coming in, and very similarly, the staff were like, this woman's back and she doesn't want any service. She's just sitting on the couch. I'm like, and? It's a testament to how well your center is viewed by survivors when all they want to do is just come and sit in the lobby and either watch TV or just have quiet time. That's a good thing. The fact that they don't want anything is not a reason for people to start vibrating. That says a lot about your center, and that's what was really wonderful about it. She just felt comfortable coming in, sitting down maybe one day a week just for a little while to catch her breath. And it was great.
Thank you. Should we take one more, Casey? All right, there's a hand right next to you.
Something that you said was about create a norm in society about what behavior is allowed and what is not allowed. And I think that's really pertinent, because our biggest problem is that it's still allowed. How many abusers still have not been prosecuted? That's our biggest problem. And how many of the survivors end up homeless or elsewhere because they never could find a place to be longer than a few months.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I'm Melanie. I'm from the North Brunswick Township Police Domestic Violence Response Team. There were two things that resonated very strongly with me. The first, I'm a Navy veteran, so when she was talking about the Marine Corps needing to write down every single procedure, I just started giggling back here because, oh, that is so, so true. The second thing was this idea overall that we are stronger and better together, that not one organization can do anything. The DVRT can't do everything. As Ms. Yanta said, Women Aware can't do everything, but we are stronger together, and that we, when we rise above ourselves and our organizations and titles and names and territories and all of this, we together have the ability to serve and give and provide something that is strong and beautiful and wonderful and truly change the world. And so I wish she was still here with us. I think she would have been our best friend. So
Thank you so much. I'll just make one final comment and turn it back to Casey because we've got your vision to play with. And I do believe we are stronger together. Resonated with us too. At first, we didn't know we could do it. And then once we did it and we did it well, then it was like, we can do anything. We can start a forensic medical unit. Yes, our legal services lost their grant on Friday, and by the following Wednesday, we started a new legal clinic. Because when you work together, we can come up with all those solutions. And we got to this point, which actually, Casey, you wrote in your book, and I said, that was us, the San Diego Family Justice Centers. We became that culture of hope. We actually believed that we could save lives, and we can only do it together if we work together. And it was the coolest thing because at one time for the DV detectives, being in the DV unit was kind of being assigned to a place that nobody wanted to go. And then the Family Justice Center came along and it became the place everyone wanted to go because we lifted each other, we supported each other, and we had that collective hope. And we believed we could do it all together, which is where you are right now, which is so exciting. You probably won't even appreciate what is happening right now, today and tomorrow, until next week. But once you do, oh my gosh, it's like so magical. So I'm very passionate about family justice centers. If you can't tell, I'm just going to tell you right now. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, friends. Thanks, Gail. We're going to take a break in just a minute, take a 10-minute stretch break, go to the restroom, and then we've got 3 quick exercises we're going to do before we wrap up day 1 together. I'm going to put 2 things out at the front table here. One is a copy of Hope Rising. The other is our new children's book called Goodnight Moonbright, which is a lullaby book we just wrote to teach 3-year-olds about the science of hope. So if you're interested in a little drawing, you can put a card on either one of these or both of these, and we'll do a little drawing after our 10-minute break. So we'll take a 10-minute break, then we're going to come back, and we're going to do 3 things. The first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to talk about beliefs and values. The second is we're going to talk about blocks and barriers, and then we're going to do a really short exercise on how you can overcome blocks and barriers to that vision. So we're going to do those three things. I'm going to ask you during the break, if you go to the restroom, take a stretch, go look at the wall in the back. Just peruse it so that as we do our last 3 exercises, you know what's on there. Between now and tomorrow, I'm going to ask some of you to volunteer when we wrap up a little bit early today to help us organize that wall before tomorrow. Organize it into categories, into what's about the facility, what's about the design, what's about the services, because we need to organize that wall. But I want you to look at it in our breaks. We'll take a 10-minute break. If you want to put a business card on these, we'll have a little drawing, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. Okay, friends, we're going to dive back in and head to the finish line for day one here. I'll draw a card here for Goodnight Moonbright. Who do we have here? I'm not seeing a name. Town Clock Community Develop. Oh, Susan Kramer Mills. And it's a fun little book. And so this is our children's book. And we sell this on Amazon. It all goes to Camp Hope America. But in the back, you'll find that there's a QR code. And you can click on it with your phone and go to the Camp Hope Goodnight song. It's a lullaby book. And we sing a song every night at camp. The last thing we do every day is sing the Camp Hope Goodnight song. And it's in the book. And so we're getting great reviews on Amazon because parents are starting to teach their kids the Camp Hope Goodnight song, which wraps up with the line, "Tomorrow hope will rise again." And the kids love the song. I sing it to my grandkids every night. Gisela Galindo. You're very welcome. Let's see, we'll draw a card here. Something paper. Here we go. Who we got? Erica Bennett. Erica Bennett. There you go. So Hope Rising is kind of fun. This book has hit a couple of bestseller lists in the last 18 months. We had no marketing budget at all. 6 months ago, it was the #1 bestseller in the state of Oklahoma. #1 bestseller, nonfiction. All the proceeds go to Camp Hope America from Hope Rising. But it's basically Dr. Chan Hellman's research on the science of hope. Chan and I both told our own stories in the book. We both have high ACE scores. Chan scores an 8 on the ACE scale, and he's a tenured professor at the University of Oklahoma and never told a single person his story in his whole life. He's in recovery. It's been an incredible journey for him. He told the story for the first time when he wrote the book with me. And he had told me he was an 8, and I said, "Will you tell the story public?" He said, "I'm a tenured professor. We don't tell our stories." And I said, "Well, if we're going to write a book on the science of hope and how trauma robs people of hope, we should probably tell the truth." I said, "I'm a 4, Chan, on the ACE scale. I score a 4. And he said, "Well, I'm an 8. And I said, "Write your story." And he wrote it, and I read it, and I said, "Okay, that's a 3, Chan. Why don't you write the whole story?" And then he wrote it again, and it got up to about a 6 on the ACE scale. And I said, "So tell me the rest of your story. Write the whole story, Chan." And then he wrote the whole story, and I wept when I read his story. And he told me he was an 8. And it included sexual abuse as a child. And for the first time in my life, I had to acknowledge that I was sexually abused as a child too. And I had written a book on the Adverse Childhood Experiences study and not told the truth about it because I'd not told a living soul in 45 years, including my wife and kids. So we both told the truth in this book about our own stuff in our own families. And it's been an incredibly powerful book. We just sold 200 copies to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges.
They're doing it as a book club this summer for juvenile and family court judges. 200 judges across America have signed up for a book club on Hope Rising. So we're very excited about that journey. I'll give away another one of those shortly here. Okay, we're going to do three things. First, we're going to talk about beliefs and values. Then we're going to talk about barriers. And I'm going to show you how we overcome barriers. So this is the fundamental principle. Ellen touched upon it. Remember what she said? You've got to put principles in place. You don't just get together. It's not just about co-locating. You've got to actually believe something together. And here's why this is so important. Because we do not act in our lives based on what we know. We act based on what we believe. So beliefs matter. I'll give you an example. I know that a very large, fat, juicy hamburger is not good for me. I know it. But I believe that I deserve it. So tonight, I'm probably going to have a really juicy hamburger. Not because I believe it's good for me, because I know it's not, but I believe I deserve it. We act based on what we believe, not based on what we know. So the question becomes, what are you going to believe together? If you create this, what are you going to believe? So I'll show you an example. Here are the guiding principles. Here are the fundamental values of Alliance for Hope International. This is what our organization believes in, because we believe that certain things have to drive us. So these are hard to read, but I'll kind of give them to you here. So it has to do with being victim-centered. We believe in being victim-centered. We believe in being safety-focused. We believe in transformation. We believe that if the work we're doing is not transformative, we shouldn't be doing it. It's not just because we want to do something or we got a grant. If we're not doing it to transform part of the culture, part of the system, part of the way agencies operate, we shouldn't be doing it as an organization. Give you another example. We believe in what's called being survivor-driven. That means we ask survivors what they want and need. We don't tell them. They get to decide. They get to choose. And you can see why this is hard to do, because there are agencies that come in and act on people. And when you're acting on people, you're not being survivor-driven. So it's complicated. Child Welfare Services is not a survivor-driven organization for adult survivors of violence and abuse. They're a paternalistic organization that comes in to protect kids, which is a great value. That's a good thing to protect children. But if you're not helping survivors make their own decisions in that process, then you're externally imposing on them. And that's the opposite of hope. Hope is your own decisions, your own beliefs, your own choices. So you can see why we have conflicts when we talk about values in the things that we do, and we have to find common ground. So the challenge for you in this little exercise is, what do you think you should believe together? If you're going to have the Middlesex County Family Justice Center become that vision on that wall back there, when people walk in and say, what do you all believe together? What are you going to say? And I'll give you some examples. So we opened the San Diego Family Justice Center. You know what happened right off the bat? We had Republicans and Democrats. We had people who were very supportive of reproductive rights and a woman's right to choose. And we had people who were pro-life and anti-abortion working in the same center. What are we going to do? Like, they don't agree on stuff. They don't agree on politics. They don't agree on public. What are we going to do? And the answer was, we had to find things we did agree upon. And we had to stay focused on the things that brought us together, not on the things that divided us. So Gail had to facilitate a process. This is what we believe. Well, this is what I believe. Well, if what you believe is in contradiction with the values of this organization, you actually can't work here unless you're willing to embrace the values that we share. You see what I mean? So we'd have folks come in, and we had a partnership with Planned Parenthood, and we had a partnership with crisis pregnancy centers. And we believed that survivors get to make their own choices about their own reproductive rights and their own choices about their own body. So they can choose to engage with a crisis pregnancy center. They can choose to engage with Planned Parenthood. It's their choice. So the fundamental value was choice for us. It was autonomy. It was the ability for a person to make their own choice, even though we might not agree about all the public policy pieces. So that's the piece. So we can bring the lights back up. This is actually going to be a table exercise for a few minutes. Thanks, Michael. So this is what I want you to do at your table. This is not a 2-hour exercise. This is 15 minutes. That's all. You got 15 minutes at your table to put on, you get it, our cards, 3 to 5 words. Here they are. Here you go. What do you think should be the core beliefs of the Middlesex County Family Justice Center? I don't want 10,000 from each table. I want like 5 or maybe 6 or 7 or 10. What are you going to believe when you come together? Not what you're going to know, but what are you going to believe? What do you think should be the shared values of all the agencies? I don't care what your political persuasion is. I don't care what your philosophical background is in your profession. What do you think that you need to believe together? So just about 15 minutes on cards, and you might have figured out this drill. When you get your cards filled out, they're going to go directly behind the cameras on that wooden wall. And those of you on Zoom, same thing. What do you think you should believe? What are going to be your guiding values and beliefs together? 15 minutes. So I'll challenge.
You're gonna put me on. You're gonna put
Okay, friends, about 2 more minutes, and you can take your beliefs or values that you think you should share and put it right up where Rayanne's putting up the Zoom participants' beliefs. And in just about 2 minutes, we're actually going to take our masks and walk over there and look at these beliefs and talk about them for a minute. Any more values to go up there that you have at your tables? Bring them on over. Okay, friends, come on over to this wall. Let's look at the values that have been posted. For those watching online, you're just going to have to wait for it. Okay, come on over, friends. We're going to look at a few of these. Okay, let me ask about a few of these. Who wrote inclusivity? What is it you believe about inclusivity?
We believe that.
We got a remote mic here. Try it again. No. Michael's got another one for you. Let's try that one.
This one, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So with inclusivity, we believe that everybody deserves services, no matter what race, ethnicity, background, sexual orientation, gender, that everybody deserves to have these services. And if you walk through those doors and you go through into the Family Justice Center, that you will get the same services that everyone else will get, and you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, so if I was a new partner coming into the Family Justice Center and I looked at your values and I saw the word inclusivity, I'd probably be okay with that word. It wouldn't really mean much to me. But if you said, we believe that everyone deserves to receive the services that we have to offer, I might say, well, wait a minute. You're not talking about criminals, are you? You're not talking about people who have broken the law. And you would say, we believe
That everyone deserves services.
So you see why it's important to articulate the belief? Because I might not have a problem with the word inclusivity, but I may have a fundamental conflict with you about what you believe. And you want to know that I have a fundamental conflict with what you believe. Because Gail and I wrote a chapter in a book a number of years ago entitled One Person Can Screw It All Up. And it was literally about a Family Justice Center person that almost destroyed a Family Justice Center all by himself because of his own toxicity and his own values. He rewrote the mission statement of the Family Justice Center all by himself and then presented it as at a meeting with all the partners. And half the partners walked out of the room and quit the Family Justice Center.
That's bold.
So we see why you need to articulate it. Because you don't want the guy who can screw it all up or the woman that can screw it up in your center to begin with, because that's like cancer cells in a healthy body. And we don't want them there to begin with, because otherwise they can do great damage to it. What else jumps out at you here that you see? Anybody see anything you want to ask about? So I'll do the same thing here I did to another group. Is safety a belief? So who wrote just safety? Who wrote that? What is it you believe about safety? What do you believe about safety?
So we believe that everyone should have the access to feel safe when they enter one of our centers.
We believe everyone should feel safe when they enter our centers. Okay, so that would be the belief.
Yes.
Now that's a different version of safety than another group. Where's the other group? How did you write it? That everyone deserves safety. Kind of similar, but a little bit different. Feeling psychologically, emotionally, physically safe. Everyone deserves safety as far as one of our highest priorities should be safety. People should be safe in their lives, safe at home, safe when they get up in the morning. So you can see how what you put with that word safety is really the belief, not just the word, because safety is not a belief. So anybody else? Gail, anything jump out at you?
There was so much. I would say the children came up.
Who wrote Embrace the Children? So what's the belief that goes with embracing the children?
We believe that the children should be heard.
Excellent. So we believe children should be heard. That's a really powerful value because there are lots of folks that don't think that you should actually talk to the kids about what happened because you're going to re-traumatize them if you ask them about anything that happened. So it's important that we know what we believe about the children's ability to be heard, to get to tell their truth about what happened.
Yeah.
Good. So you can see how important that is in a family justice center. And we have debated that. When we train law enforcement officers at the scene of a crime to get down on the level of a child and say, this is not your fault. I'm so sorry this happened to you tonight. Can you tell me what you saw and what you heard? We've had people jump up in rooms saying, you can't ask the children that.
Oh, no.
You'll re-traumatize them. It's like, wait a minute. They're already traumatized.
Exactly. They're just.
And you have the opportunity to let them tell the truth about what they know. Yeah, but they'll be in more danger. Newsflash, they're already in danger. So if you believe that children have a right to be heard, that's an important value. And it may lead to some conflict. There may be times where people say, I don't know about that. Or people will say, I think children should only be forensically interviewed. If you only forensically interview children, they won't be heard because they won't see a forensic interviewer for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after something happens. And they are part of a conspiracy of silence. They have been trained to lie. They have been trained to not tell the truth. And if you don't give them the opportunity in the moment, you may never hear from those kids. So it becomes this important dialogue. And I'm not saying everybody's going to agree on it. I'm just saying that if we're going to embrace that value, we have to be willing to talk about it. So that when I'm a new partner at your center and I walk in and say, what do you all believe? And you say, this is what we believe. I can say, well, wait a minute, I don't believe that. Like who wrote, somebody wrote Believing Survivors. Where was that?
You get this close, you can't see it anymore.
Anybody's, what? We believe survivors tell the truth. That's a really important belief because if I'm a prosecutor and I come into your center, assigned to your center, and I say, I've been doing sexual assault and DV cases for 5 years, I actually think a lot of survivors lie. You don't want me in your center. Like, you need to bless and release me and say, thank you so much. We wish you only the best, but you don't get to work here. And then you go to the chief prosecutor and say, you have a deputy that can't work here. Why? Because they don't share our fundamental belief that survivors tell the truth. You don't want that prosecutor in your center because they'll do exactly what Ellen Pence said. They'll start doing bad things to survivors of violence and abuse in your center because they don't share your fundamental values. So you see why this matters when you figure this out. Yeah.
There's one that she said that is.
Which one?
I believe everybody can be successful.
It's in green, right under survivor tell the truth.
We believe everyone can be successful. Was that your group?
Yes.
Good. Say a little bit more.
I believe everyone can be successful.
So how would that play itself out in a family justice center? Like if we believe that, what would that mean?
It mean a lot because when I think about myself like 10 years ago, have no belief, no hope. And I remember Maria and Maria told me, we're going to be successful. We're going to do success for you. I didn't believe it. At that time, I need everything. Everything. But today, my life is different. It's a reverse. I can't even speak English. I have a problem with immigration, the divorce, child custody, food, clothes, everything. But today is a reverse.
That's great.
I'm a citizen today. But at that time, I don't even have Social Security number.
So when you first came forward for help, you needed other people to believe that you could be successful because you weren't able to believe it yet.
Yeah.
Wow. The first chapter of Hope Rising is about a woman who used to work for us who had a widowmaker heart attack. And she came into a hospital in San Diego that was only one of 3 hospitals in America doing what was called ECMO, which is heart-lung bypass on cardiac patients. And when we learned about what happened to her, Diane was clinically dead when they brought her in. She had a 95% occlusion in her left anterior descending artery. She had a widowmaker heart attack at the age of 60. And I met the doctor that saved her life with ECMO. And he said, we created a culture of hope in our hospital that saved her. I said, you created a culture of hope? He said, yeah, before ECMO, before we had this heart-lung bypass, most cardiac patients were going to die. 92% were going to die. And he said, we were nihilistic. We didn't believe we could save people. So 92% of the people that came to us died. And then we started doing ECMO, and ECMO caused us to believe we could save people. And he said, now we have a save rate of cardiac patients. We've gone from 8% to 40%. And I said, that's because of ECMO. He said, no, it's not because of ECMO. It's because everybody in our hospital ER believes we can save people now. And it turns out that we believe we can save people. Even if they don't think they can be saved, we can save them. And then they believe they can live. And then their family believes they can live. And then they live. And he said, we have the highest save rate in America now in a hospital ER from cardiac patients because where our belief became we can save people. And you needed people to come around you who believed you could be successful. And then you could believe you could be successful. So that's an incredibly important value. If you have people in a center that don't believe that you can actually help people, that they're going to do whatever they're going to go back. She's going to go back to him over and over again. You can't have them working in your center because they're violating your fundamental value that you believe that everybody can be successful.
So 2 things. One really quickly, that also goes with your core staff. That's a whole nother discussion.
What's that?
That goes with the core staff too. If your core staff don't believe what your mission and value statement is as a family justice center, it's an alignment issue, challenge that also happens and needs to be addressed. But really, what I really wanted to know is to hear more about on the last row where it says listening.
Yeah, listening. Who wrote listening? So listening is not a belief or a value. So what goes with the word listening?
We need to listen. Everybody on staff needs to listen to the survivors.
So why do you believe that you need to listen?
Because they need to tell their stories.
Okay.
And telling the stories is when they get power, and it releases the power that's over them, and they own the story. And that's a part of the transformation.
Excellent.
And the other thing that Ellen said, right? Then we're not just trying to give our task, our services to them. We're finding out what they need.
Right. So that's empowering them to tell their story so that it doesn't have power over them, but also that we learn to listen and listen to what their needs are.
So the best detectives and prosecutors that Gail and I have ever met know how to say, tell me a little bit more about. Tell me a little bit more about that. Tell me a little bit more about how that made you feel. Tell me a little bit more about what happened in that situation. They never use the word why in a question. Tell me a little bit more. That's the power of listening. That's good. Anything else jump out at you? These are good. These are all good.
They believe in ACEs.
We believe ACEs matter. Who wrote that? So I'll grab the mic here. What do you believe about ACEs? What do you believe about them? Adverse childhood experiences.
They definitely have an impact on the victim and the survivor throughout their lifespan, and how they go into things, how they view the world, and it has an impact on just about everything that'll happen in their adult lifespan. So we need to believe that their adverse childhood experiences shape the person that they are today, and that it plays a role so
Good.
that we can be more trauma informed and meet them where they're at, because it's not just what's happening today, but everything that's brought them to this path.
Excellent. So I would just say, whenever you are going to talk about adverse childhood experiences, always add the next part of that, which is we also believe that ACEs are not a destiny. So ACEs do not define your future. ACEs define your past, but ACEs don't define your future, because tons of people have high ACE scores and they do just fine in life and they overcome them. And so we always like to say that ACEs matter and hope heals trauma, because we know that if we can increase hope in somebody's life with a high ACE score, we've got a lot of published research now, people can do just great out of a lot of ACEs. And so those things need to go with something. There was an amazing hearing in the US Senate about 1.5 years ago, and Nadine Burke-Harris, who wrote The Deepest Well, who's now the California Surgeon General, she wrote a book on ACEs, her own ACEs. It's a good book. But at this hearing, Nadine was testifying, and the superintendent of schools for the state of Oklahoma was testifying, Joy Hoffmeister. Nadine was saying, ACEs matter, we got to screen for ACEs. And Joy was saying, but ACEs aren't a destiny. We have to increase hope in kids' lives, because if we increase hope, they can overcome the power of ACEs. And it was interesting, these senators on this panel all shifted to Joy. Nadine's amazing, but they all wanted to hear from Joy, because Joy wasn't saying, let's just screen for ACEs. She was saying, but we can change the destiny of people with high ACE scores. And that's what the senators wanted to hear from. Nadine kept saying, we got to measure ACEs, we got to measure ACEs, we got to. And Joyce kind of said, so what? So you have a high ACE score. So like, what now? And the answer has to be something. Hope, resiliency, pathways forward, healing, support, all of that. So those two things are an interesting balance. We just got to make sure we have both of those things. I will share, by the way, the newest research out of our organization is on what's called polyvictimization. So polyvictimization is a measurement of lifetime victimization. So it turns out the higher your ACE score is, the more likely you are to be victimized as an adolescent and as an adult. And victimization kind of follows victimization. Predators find people who are vulnerable, and they're more likely to get victimized. They're more likely to end up in health risk situations or at-risk situations and be victimized again and again and again. And we have just validated a new tool for family justice centers. And our advocates early on in this initiative said, we don't have time to screen for poly-V. It takes too long. It'll take 1.5 hours if we have a survivor tell her whole story. And we said, let's just try it and see what happens. You know what our published research is? Survivors saying, this is the first time in my life I've understood the context for everything that's happened to me, because you helped me see my whole life in context. And what it really is just listening and a few prompts along the way. We just added a whole piece on racial trauma in the poly-V tool, and asking people about how they've experienced discrimination or racism opened up this amazing door for them to realize the forces that have impacted their lives, along with other violence and abuse they've experienced. We've never talked about that in family justice centers before, ever. And now we're making it fundamental. And yes, it takes a really long time. And then survivors have said, this was so cathartic. I've never had anybody ask me about my whole life and tell me how proud they are of me for everything I've overcome. And now I understand what I went through and why I made some of the choices I did, and I'm ready to go forward. So anything else jump out at you? That's good. These are great. Who wrote teaming first? Tell us what that means. What's the value?
So the value is coming together. We believe that coming together and focusing on that we, and not just I'm doing this and you're doing that, and kind of like what Ellen said, I think in the video, of not siloing in a big building. You know, it's about having these multidisciplinary team meetings and really saying like, okay, well, I can do this and you can do that, and let's come together so that way this client doesn't have to, the survivor doesn't have to go to me and then go to you, and then we have to, she has to figure out, well, I think they said they're doing this and I think they said they're doing that, that we already know what the other person is. It's not their responsibility to figure out what we're doing. It's our responsibility to figure out how we're helping them.
So we just did a planning process in St. Petersburg, Florida, and we had an amazing woman in the training talking in this planning session that we did, talking about the journey through all the agencies. And during her kind of words, she said, I shouldn't be the reason that I shouldn't be the way you coordinate. And I kind of thought about it. I shouldn't be the way you coordinate. And then I thought, that's the way the system works now. The survivor is in charge of the coordination. She's got to go to you, and then to you, and then to you, and then to you, and she's got to tell her story to all of you, and then she's got to figure out what you're going to do and what the survivor is the basis for coordinated community response. That is fundamentally flawed. If the survivor of trauma, violence, and abuse is the reason you're collaborating. I mean, she's the one making you collaborate. That's all wrong. You should be collaborating in order to help her. She shouldn't be trying to help you all collaborate in order to help her. I just thought that was such an insightful statement from a survivor. Okay. Yep. Grab a seat. We're going to do one more piece, and then we're going to head to the finish line. That was very rich. Okay, let's give away another book. Must Be Present to Win. Sandy Rivera. Must Be Present to Win.
She's here. No, I want to get. She's a sergeant.
Okay.
She's a sergeant in the police department. I think she's trying to use the restroom.
Okay. Use the restroom. I've heard that before. Okay. Let me do a quick time check here. How are y'all doing? We're about half an hour from being done. Are you okay? Okay. Let's do it. Here's the ugliest piece of the whole day. This is the ugly piece. If that's your vision on that back wall, and this is what you believe, you've got a vision and you've got beliefs. Why hasn't the vision happened yet? Why doesn't this exist in Middlesex County? There are barriers, right? There are barriers to the vision. Lots of barriers, lots of things that can still cause that vision to never come true. So we used to do this as an exercise in our strategic planning. This is how we did it. We'd identify all the blocks and barriers. We'd put them on cards, stickies, just like you have your vision on and your beliefs. And then we would spend about 3 hours going through them all to talk about them. We did that until 2007 when we were in New Orleans, Louisiana, after Hurricane Katrina. And we were starting the planning process. Everything had been destroyed. The YWCA was completely gone, shut down. Crescent House, which was the Catholic Charities, domestic violence, sexual assault services, their shelter exploded in a gas explosion, and their main building was flooded. They had nothing. And they decided, Mary Claire Landry, the director of Crescent House, decided she wasn't going to rebuild it all. She wanted to have a family justice center. So we went in, and Judy Adams was our strategic planner at the time. And Judy and I did this whole wall on blocks and barriers. They filled, if you look in the back of this room and see your vision, they filled that. Then if you look in the middle and double that times 3, they filled that. And then if you look over to the left, the other big wood wall, they filled that with their blocks and barriers. It was the darkest set of walls I'd ever seen. And Judy and I kind of looked at each other and was like, holy, what are we doing? We're going to now go. They had a whole category called trust fatigue. They had like 30 stickies on trust fatigue, all the people that had let them down. Corrupt politicians at the state level, corrupt politicians at the local level, dysfunctional agencies, people that had failed them in every way, shape, or form. And we realized, you know what? We don't want to do this. And as we were standing there, not sure what to do next, I remembered a quote from Adlai Stevenson. Adlai Stevenson memorialized Eleanor Roosevelt in 1962 at her service. And Adlai Stevenson said this about Eleanor Roosevelt: "She chose rather to light a candle than to curse the darkness, and the warmth of her life has warmed the world." And I just thought, are we going to light a candle or are we going to curse the darkness? And I said, what do y'all want to do? We can spend 3 hours talking about all the bad stuff here, or we can just go on with the vision. And everybody said, please, let's go on with the vision. Do you know that today the New Orleans Family Justice Center is almost 50,000 square feet? It's one of the most dynamic centers in America. And all the shit that was there before is still there. And they're changing things. And that center's dynamic. Homicides have dropped. Crescent House morphed from a DVSA agency into the New Orleans Family Justice Center Alliance. They now have detectives from New Orleans PD all over that center. And they want to be at the center. They don't want to be at headquarters. They'd much rather work at the Family Justice Center than to be at headquarters because they decided just to focus on the candle. So the only purpose we do now in this exercise is to call out the enemies that exist to this vision. Then I'm going to give you a quick 10-minute exercise on how to avoid the blocks and barriers. That's all, and we'll be done for the day, okay? But I do want you to name them. I do want you to name them. There are threats to that vision ever becoming a reality. I'll give you an example of what you can't do when you talk about the threats right now at your table. You do not get to say lack of money. You're like, what? Is there money in New Jersey? Are there rich people in New Jersey? Does New Jersey spend money on things? So the problem is not lack of money. The problem is there's money, but you don't have it. That's not lack of money. It's just that you don't have the money. So people say lack of support. That's not really true. There's support for this. You just need more support from more people in powerful places that can make this happen. That's all. It's not that you lack support. You just don't have the right people in the right places making the right decisions. People say, well, it's a priority issue. Now, that's a fair one. New Jersey has other priorities on how they spend their money besides this. That's a fair barrier. But this is what I want you to do at your table. This is about a 10-minute exercise is all. I want you to write down, you guessed it, on cards, what are the barriers? What is a threat to that vision right now in the state of New Jersey to this happening in Middlesex County? Write them down. What are the barriers? This is not a very long exercise, but I want you to call them out. And then this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna call them out, and then I'm gonna let each table pick one barrier that you have identified, and I'm gonna do a 10-minute exercise with you on how to mitigate the power of that barrier in a strength-based planning approach. Positive things you can do. But first, we're gonna name the barriers. So write them down. Share at your table. What are the threats? If that's what you believe and that's your vision, what are the threats, blocks, and barriers to the vision ever becoming a reality? So 5 years from now, we don't have Oprah coming because it never happened. What could prevent this from happening? Ready, go. 3 to 5 words per card. And be honest. Don't name names, by the way. Please don't write people's names on cards for the barriers. You could go with lack of political support or something like that, but don't write people's names or agencies on the card. What are the blocks and barriers? 10 minutes or less. Make sure you use a felt. Use a felt tip pen so we can read them. Yeah. Good one. Mm-hmm. Okay, friends, about 5 more minutes on the cards. What are the blocks and barriers to achieving the vision? What are the potential threats? Just a couple more minutes.
Smaller group but mighty group. Small but mighty.
Okay, friends, we're going to head to the finish line here. We got 14 minutes left in our day. Take your barriers that you've got written down and go put them up on the wood wall right here behind our amazing multimedia team. No, bring them all. Bring them all. Bring them all over and then stay over here. We're gonna take a quick look at them. Then I'm gonna give each of your tables a quick assignment, and then we're gonna wrap up our day.
Thanks for my book.
You're very welcome.
That's good. There's that arm I'm hoping for. Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, can you give, if somebody wants to talk here.
Thank you.
Okay, come on over, friends. Last table. Come join us. We're down to our last few minutes.
I see some, definitely some themes.
No, you're fine. Okay, who wrote time? Time is a threat? Why is time a threat, Philly? I thought we all have the same amount of time.
Well, I think it's also the perception of time that we feel that we might not have enough time for new initiative or new project because we're all very busy.
So the threat is our belief that there's not enough time. Okay. Who wrote eligibility? How is eligibility a threat or a barrier?
So, and maybe it's like area specific, but we see a lot of times that our survivors are listed as the perpetrator, or maybe they're arrested in the incident because the abuser has a scratch or something. So then it kind of limits the assistance because they're listed as the perpetrator on the police report, or they're the one that's the defendant on the restraining order. So it makes it kind of hard for certain services, if whether it's a grant thing or what have you, to get the help that they need, that we know that they need, because we know that they're the victim, but circumstances kind of will hurt them.
Okay, good. So the real threat is probably lack of predominant aggressor training or dominant aggressor analysis, or the ability to figure out who the primary aggressor is, that may then disqualify somebody potentially from services. Good. So that'll be a good one for some table to take here in this last little exercise, because that can be overcome. We can turn the Family Justice Center into a place that actually makes a redetermination of the case. And the center can make a finding that, in fact, this is a victim, not a perpetrator. And the center can decide whether or not that you get to screen cases in and out of Family Justice Centers. Nobody else does it for you. The cops don't get to do that. Prosecutors don't get, you get to do that as a center. So you can say this person really is a victim. You had to deal with that a lot, Gail.
Yeah. So we got a team together, and then the team would say if somebody was arrested, it wouldn't be a reason to say we can't serve you. It was just a reason to look into it further. And then a team would come together and kind of pull all the facts and make that determination. Because it could easily happen if you haven't received this training. And my experience is most police officers or agencies don't receive the training that they need. And in fact, when I kind of did my research, so I went to the police academy when I wanted to get more strangulation training. And then they go, Gail, you made your case. I would love to add 2 more hours of strangulation training, but we don't control that. It's called POST. POST gets to decide who gets this training. And I said, okay, then who do I need to talk to? And of course, I talked to POST, and they go, Gail, we hear you, but we don't make that decision. You got to have a law that says police officers need this training. Like you have to have a law on strangulation. So then we went to that. And then I realized out of like 2,000 hours our police officers got, they only had like 4 hours of domestic violence training. So then I said, riddle me this, Batman. Your statistics say that at least 40% of all your 911 calls are domestics. You give almost 2,000 hours of training, but you only give like 4 hours on domestics? And I go, help me understand. And so eventually we worked through that, and we were able to add, I think when we left, maybe we had 20 hours, but still a long way to go. But somebody needs to ask those questions. And then I also went on a ride along with police officers, because Casey would have all the prosecutors do that. And then you understand what police officers are up against. You have more 911 calls than you can possibly handle. It is an unbelievable situation, and you've got to sort this out in just a little bit of time. And so then when we try to figure out, well, what does this dominant aggressor training look like? We decided it'll take about a week, but we end up adding 4 hours of dominant aggressor training. But I hear your point, because then that keeps you, that's a block or barrier from serving victims.
Nice. Who wrote Change is Hard? Okay. I like that one.
Change is hard. Where?
Say a little more.
Well, agencies and the courts and the police.
Tell us who you are, too. I'm sorry.
Oh, my name is Michelle. I'm with Partners for Women in Justice. all of the agencies individually are set in their ways, have their patterns, have their processes in place, and they've been going about them independently up till now. And so you're asking every agency to change how they work in order to be able to effectively collaborate. And that's not an easy thing to do.
So I think that one is really significant. And there's something underneath that. Harvard University did a really interesting study a couple of years ago on change. And this is what they found. People say that, change is hard. People don't want to change. People actually aren't scared of change. They're scared of loss. They're scared of the hard work of change because they may lose something. So if I told you you were going to get a 30% raise next week, that's the change that's come into your life. You would say, change is easy. Change is great. I love change. I'm going to get a 30% raise and I have to do nothing different. You have to do nothing different and you're going to get 30% more money. You'd be like, I am a change agent. I am in for change. But if I told you you're going to get a new supervisor who's coming from the outside, who doesn't know anything about what you do and has a really bad reputation for how they treat people, then change would be really hard. And you would fear loss in what you currently do. And you would think, I don't want to have this change happen to me. So the journey of this is figuring out how change becomes gain, not how change becomes loss. We had cops that didn't want to come to the San Diego Family Justice Center. They thought, if I leave headquarters, they're never going to promote me again. I'm going to be stuck with all those damn social workers over in that place. And that's my career as a cop. And they said, no, if you come over here and do really good work, the chief comes every month to a big meeting and we give commendations to cops that do good investigations. In fact, we give annual awards to cops that write the best reports in domestic violence cases. And it includes a comp day and a cash bonus. Oh, I think the Family Justice Center could be the place for me. So that I like that one, because then you have to say, what would be our strategy? So that's a good lead to our last exercise. This is going to be less than 10 minutes. This is what we're going to do. I want you, each table, to get together real quick, and I want you to pick one of these. It doesn't have to be one from your table. It could be, but I want you to pick some obstacle or barrier. And this is your assignment when you go back to your table. This is really short and sweet. This is called a strength-based thinking planning process. For 10 minutes at your table. What are positive action steps? You don't get to come back to the table and say, man, that agency, I am so sick of them. You don't get to go do that. Or we need to do this. No. What are the positive things that would mitigate the power of one of these? So for example, change is hard would be a good one. What are things that we can find from the research on family justice centers to say that change is actually good? Change does not produce loss. Change produces gain. What are those things? So I want you to just make a list. It's just a positive brainstorming experience. So we could take one. Let's say lack of communication. What are things that could be done in Middlesex County over the next 18 months as this process takes hold that would produce better communication so everybody knows what's coming? Everybody knows what this vision is. How would we disseminate that information? So you'd think of things, steps. Are you with me? You don't get to come back and say, well, that'll never work. That'll never work. That'll never work. In fact, if that's all you have to say, you just need to put your head on your desk and take a time out during this exercise. I just want positive action steps, because there is no barrier here that can actually keep this from happening. This can happen. You just have to figure out how to mitigate the power of these things so that this vision can take hold. Somebody said, here's one, lack of vision. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? You just created a vision today. So it's not, the real barrier is not lack of vision. What's the real barrier? It's the fact that people think you're having a hallucination. It's the fact that you don't have enough people yet. Right. Articulating the vision. Who knows it? Who gets it? Who's part of it? We've got to figure out how everybody in Middlesex County shares the same vision. So this problem can be mitigated with a series of action steps. So each table, pick one real quick. With less than 10 minutes, pick a barrier, any barrier you want, and I want you to make a list, and I want to scribe. These are going to go in your strategic planning report. Examples Do we
They're
have
on the
those?
table. They're all on the
You have a white sheet to write this on. So write your barrier at the top and then write the positive action steps. Use that big flip chart sheet you have on your tables. That's what's going to go in our planning report as examples of how you overcome barriers. Okay, you got about 10 minutes and we're going to wrap up our day. Okay, friends, about 1 more minute, and we're going to wrap up. 1 more minute. Okay, friends, we ready? Wrap it up. You ready? This is what we're going to do really fast. This is 30 seconds or less per table. I want somebody at your table to just say what the issue was and share one practical strategy, one practical action that you could take to mitigate the power of that barrier from keeping the Family Justice Center from becoming a reality in this community. Sion, you ready? You in?
I'm in.
Share the barrier and just one of the practical steps.
Okay. The barrier is not collaborating.
Barrier is not collaborating.
Yep. So I'll choose develop best practice.
Say it again.
Develop best practices.
Develop best practices around collaboration.
Right.
Good. I like it. There are tons of best practices, starting with you just play with the people that want to play with you. And let everybody else, bless and release everybody else until they come back. Okay, what do we got? Tell us who you are, too.
Oh, I'm Carolyn from Central Jersey Legal Services. So we chose resistance from government and politicians. And one of the solutions that we chose was host a town hall. Sometimes politicians don't do anything unless it's their constituents who voice their opinion that they want something. But sometimes the constituents don't know what it is they want unless we go to town hall to inform people as to what it is that our center is.
Excellent, Carolyn. I like that. I like that. And then you offer to the politicians to give them their talking points so they can speak accurately at that town hall. Tell us who you are, Gisela.
My name is Gisela, and I'm with AFSC, and we picked the barrier communication between partners. And then the solution that we want to highlight that we came up with was working group meetings open to constructive criticism.
Say that again.
Working group meetings, but when you take constructive criticism so that you're willing to listen to how you can improve within your own agency to be able to serve better the client.
Excellent. Working group meetings, open to criticism. Gail's best strategy, Gail had a ton of great strategies, but one of the strategies she did in the Family Justice Center I loved best is people would come to her with all their problems because she's the director. Mildred, everybody's going to want to have you solve all their problems. And Gail would always listen to all of their constructive criticism, and then she would say, and what is your solution to the problem? And magically, did they come up with things? Magically, they found solutions. Okay, who do you got? Just tell us your challenge. Oh, you picked eligibility. Yes. Who's going to share? And one practical solution.
So we picked eligibility, and then the one practical solution that I think is really great, and this might be overreaching, but grant writing to change the eligibility and like working from the ground up instead of trying to work around or do anything, just having a whole new eligibility requirement.
Excellent. I like that. Good job, Rachel. So it turns out there's this requirement in VOCA and in victim compensation in America that victims have to cooperate with law enforcement in order to get victim compensation. That's a stupid rule. And you know what you do? You just change the rule. And you say cooperation is if they've ever told their story. That's all. They just have to tell their story. And if they've told their story, they don't have to testify. They don't have to do anything else. They're real victims. So you just change the rules. So everybody says this rule is a problem in victim compensation. Just change the rule. To change the rule. Okay, what's the barrier? Julie?
So ours was lack of communication and build relationships at all levels to enhance communications.
Good. Communication, 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 communication. You can never over-communicate about this vision with anybody, anywhere. And you are all ambassadors now, by the way. You're in, right? Are you in? You raised your hand and said you were in. Okay. Manuel, you got it?
I'm Manny.
Tell everybody who you are.
My name is Manuel Lopez, and we picked the lack of community support. And one way we could do that is to engage with civic organizations to discuss how the FJC benefits the community.
Awesome. So there are so many community organizations. You get stuck on, we got to get the politicians on our side. No, there's a ton of power in community organizations. They don't even know you exist. They don't even know what a family justice center is. So I love that one. Just go tell them what the model is. You, by the way, in all your folders have the newest FJC impact report of all the published research on the Family Justice Center model. Everybody in America should be able to see that document. It's all published, peer-reviewed research that says this is why this model works and helps communities. Okay, who do we have left? Yeah. Tell everybody who you are, Susan.
Susan Kramer Mills, Town Clock Community Development Corporation. So we have agencies don't work well together. That was our barrier. Our action steps are a multitude, but what we would like to do is call all the agencies together for a regular meeting starting now. And part of that would be, and that was from a little bit from Gail, so I'll tell a cheat sheet, have survivors speak about their experiences at these trainings. And that would inform us what we need to do and how to change, and would actually benefit the change. It would call people to the task.
Awesome. Great job. So here's the important statement. A person with an experience is never at the mercy of a person with an argument. A person with an experience is never at the mercy of a person with an argument. You can go cite stats about all this all day long. Doesn't matter. People's experiences is power. Mildred's experience didn't feel like power at the time, but now it's power because nobody can argue with your story. It's your story. So that's why survivors really have a powerful role to play in leading this effort, because nobody can argue with what happened to you. Okay, what do we got? Politics. Mildred, you got the first word this morning, and you get the last.
We have a few suggestions. Lobbying or contacting elected officials with positive things. Thank politicians before asking for anything, which is a good suggestion. And I'll be honest, Casey was here and said that to us. And I'll say a little bit more. And provide, good one, Philly, provide good PR, which is important because they're doing good work, right? Politicians are going out there legislating bills, helping. So we want to make sure that we tell them, hey, that bill was awesome. It helped the DV, it's going to help a domestic violence victim survivor. And we're going to support you. We're going to put you on Instagram and Facebook. And, this is good, right? For later on for elections. And also going to council meetings and saying positive things about them. And Casey had mentioned having survivors go to council meetings and thanking them for all the good things they do, because they do good things, right? Council in your community, before you ask them to help you, right? You make sure you thank them for what they do, and then you do the ask. But politicians are important. We need them. They need us too, but we need them. So.
Nice. Okay, friends, we're at the finish line. Rayanne, last word of the day.
2 words. Thank you.
Wow, short and sweet. Gail, you got more than that.
2 words. Just dream big.
Okay, friends, we're at the end of our day. We have one more day together tomorrow. If you know somebody, if you have a friend that should be here tomorrow, invite somebody to come. I know the group is small. You are stunningly mighty here. This is a big vision. Those are powerful beliefs. There are obstacles that are real. Look how quickly you address some of them. Michael pointed out, we even had one on YouTube from somebody saying that women's rights was a mistake. That's the beliefs of a person like that who said, look at this video live on YouTube of feminist propaganda. Sir, let me respond to you. This is feminist. It is not propaganda. It is truth. And the reality is that by working together, men and women, children and adults, community organizations and government organizations, we can actually reduce the prison population in America. We can actually prevent crimes from happening. We can actually break generational cycles. That's not propaganda. That's just truth. And the reason we're all in this room is because we respect and honor all people of all backgrounds, of all identities. And when we come together to do that, this country is stronger, New Jersey's stronger. And I'd encourage you to do something else tomorrow. So we're gonna overcome obstacles. We're gonna overcome people whose values and beliefs are quite frankly the antithesis of what this movement stands for. Because you can make that vision a reality, friends. So tomorrow we're gonna dive into the practical pieces of that vision. Piece by piece, you're gonna begin to see how this can evolve from where we are now, from the beginning of this collaboration that Women Aware has already done so much legwork and groundwork on, to the future that will produce a leading model for not just New Jersey, but I believe for the United States. So thank you, friends. What time do we start tomorrow? 8:30. Tomorrow morning, 8:30. Thank you all for being with us.